See, when you play nice.
It's a Thursday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
67 degrees right now. It's going to be a little drizzly on and off throughout the morning. Cloudy, high of 73. Thank God. A little break. But the heat turns back on again tomorrow, high of 83. We're going to be in the 80s all weekend into next week, and we could be touching 90 again by Monday. Looks like Sunday will be the best day of your weekend so far. Sunny, high of 78.
Ooh, nice.
All right.
Yeah.
I am having the weirdest week of my life.
What happened?
No exaggeration. So around this time yesterday, I shared with you guys how my wife converted us to Mormonism because she could not be rude and tell the women that walked up our driveway one night to leave. And then when they asked if they could come back, she said yes. So I've just been like waiting for a knock on my door. So last night, we're sitting around having dinner, me, my girls, my wife. It's like 7 o'clock at night. And out of nowhere, my 12-year-old, Claire, screams at the top of her lungs.
About what?
She points to the deck, like out the window.
Wait, your backyard.
In my backyard, on our deck. There is a child on my deck staring at us through our door.
That's creepy.
He's in a T-shirt,
Okay.
a diiper, and Crocs.
It's like The
no.
Shining.
He's like 2 or 3 years old.
Red rum.
So we're all just kind of staring at this kid.
I would freak out,
He's
man.
staring at your back.
And he starts trying to open our door.
You've never seen this kid.
I have no idea who this kid is. I have no idea where this kid came from. And he is trying to open our door off the deck and come into our house. And we have we don't have like a farm backyard, but it's a decent-sized backyard. So it's not like if he was one of the neighbors, he could have like accidentally like, oh, this is okay. So like, all right. So he can't get the door open because he's too little. So I'm looking at my wife. I gotta do something. So I go outside and I'm like trying to be like, hey, buddy, how's it going? I walk outside. He runs down the stairs of my deck, and he stops halfway, and he turns around, and he's got a big smile on his face. He's like, and he takes off running. So I'm looking.
Jesus, where the hell is he going?
Well, that's just it. I'm looking at my wife, and I go, do you know who he is? And she goes, no. And he starts running towards my front yard. So I'm like, all right, I should probably go grab this kid, right? So I get out in my front yard. He is now in my next-door neighbor's yard. And my next-door neighbor is outside in his driveway. So I go, I'm thinking maybe they got family here. That would make sense. He doesn't know where he is. So I go, hey, man, is he with you? And he goes, no, I thought he was with you.
So there's no other adult around?
No. And I go, okay, so.
Runaway child.
I go, what do we do? And he goes, all right, let's just grab the kid and we'll see if we can find him. I go, okay,
Grab this kid.
we'll grab this kid. So we go to walk towards him, he's in my neighbor's yard. He now thinks we're playing a game of catch me if you can. He starts running into the road.
Like a lost puppy here.
And my neighbor, he's a little older than me. He's got kids that are now in college, right? So he is also a dad. There are cars coming down the road.
Holy Christ.
And I'm like in full dad panic mode right now. I don't know what to do. These cars on my street, now thank God it's a slow street and everyone's pretty respectful of it. They're just like slowing down
and going around.
And going around this kid in a diaper.
Wait, did that stop?
No. So we both realize the gravity of the situation.
Yeah, no kidding.
So we're like, what do we do? So we come up with a plan.
Yeah.
My neighbor's going to get in his car, and he's going to drive down the street to try and head him off. I'm going to chase him.
How fast is this kid?
Okay, so put a pin in that.
Yeah.
I'm going to chase him on foot. Now, I am in a tank top, gym shorts, and like slide sandals.
Right.
Okay. There are people walking their dogs all throughout my neighborhood, but it's no one I recognize. They must be from like other neighborhoods. All right. So I'm running down the street. I start walking down the street after this kid, and this kid picks up speed. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to start running. And as I'm running, I'm like, hey, grab that kid. And as I say that, I realize what this situation looks like.
Yeah.
Now, there is a detail I have left out until this point. This kid looks like he is some sort of Middle Eastern person. And the reason I bring this up in the story is as far as these people on the street are concerned, they see a man in a tank top running after a child that looks nothing like him.
Irishman.
The child is not wearing pants,
Right.
right? And that's all they know.
Yeah.
And this kid is running away from me for some reason. So in that moment, I realize, oh, my God, this looks terrible. But nobody is stopping this kid.
Right.
They're kind of just ignoring what is happening. And I don't know if that's because they feel uncomfortable that there's a pantsless child running down the
They
street.
don't want to grab a kid.
Or they think that he's like running away from me
Yeah.
and don't want to help me.
Right.
All right, so the kid every couple of steps he turns back and he's laughing at me. So like, all right, I got to get this kid.
Yeah.
So I'm going to start to run. So I start running at the kid. He starts laughing his head off. He takes off running. The fastest kid you've ever seen in your life.
What to say? 'Cause how old do you think he is?
3.
Man, that's
Bro.
a fast-ass 3-year-old.
Like Kenyan sprinter
Yeah.
fast. And now.
And also tough to run in flip-flops.
Yeah, also a problem. And I'm like, here's what I'm going to do, Kimmy. Remember when we were kids?
Yeah.
You'd kick your flip-flops off and you'd run down the pavement?
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, flip-flops coming off.
Man, put your feet on that pavement.
I took them off. I ran 3 steps. I'm like, nope, that's not happening
Yeah,
anymore.
it's
Nope.
like a frying pan.
Flip-flops back on. It was more pain in the bottom of my feet.
Yeah, sure.
I don't have the foot muscles I guess I had when I was like 7.
Yeah.
So I'm running after this kid. He is gaining ground on me. And I've now gone from the fear of someone thinks I'm kidnapping this kid to the embarrassment of this 3-year-old is outrunning me as a
Yeah.
grown-ass man. And I work out. I work out.
I know you do.
I work out. I run on a pretty regular basis.
I
And this
didn't
kid
hear
is
about it.
he's embarrassing me
Yeah.
in front of all of the other adults. All right. So he's still in the center of the road, by the way.
Oh, God.
Running down the street.
So there's no other parents screaming for their kid?
I'm looking around and no, nothing is happening. So sometimes, Tommy,
Yeah.
when your legs won't carry you as fast as they need to,
Yeah.
you got to use mind games.
All right, that's what you do.
Well, I did the classic parent game. You can't get me.
Oh, okay.
Because he's running away thinking I'm trying to get him. And I go, and as soon as he stopped to look at me, I stopped and I did. You got to do it the dad way.
No,
and
is
if
it?
if you're watching the live stream, you'll understand. You
Yeah.
go, you squat and you put your hands out like this. Huh?
All right.
Huh?
You
You got to
shuffle
make
around like you're boxing out.
Yeah, you got to make that noise too.
All right.
You can't get me.
All right, so then you take off.
Yeah, so I took off running the other way, and I'm like, "Come on, kid!" It was
And?
like it was Independence Day when they fire that missile off. I was like, "Come on!"
Now we're playing
come on."
tag.
Yep. Kid starts running.
All right.
All right, we're doing this thing now. It's been enough time. My neighbor is now coming down the street in his car, and we're gonna block this kid off on the other side.
Yeah.
Well, what?
I don't get
I
the
don't get the
car with
car
the guy.
idea.
Well, we were
Yeah.
worried that he was gonna get far enough away where we couldn't find him.
Jesus, he's that fast?
The kid was effing fast,
All
man.
right, all right.
I don't know if he trains. I don't know what he's doing.
Okay.
So the kid's now running towards me.
Mm-hmm.
My neighbor parks his car across the street,
So blocks the
blocks the
street?
street so nobody comes up and
All
hits
right.
him on that side. So we're good there. All right. So the kid's running towards me. And then I had an epiphany. I realized something.
What's that?
As he's running at me, he's got no pants on.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't look like me. I don't want to touch this kid.
Well, and you,
Well,
don't
you
know what
have
to.
to.
I was thinking about that.
You got to scoop him up.
No, I
What are you
understand.
going to do with him once you get him anyways? I guess that's my question.
Thank you.
You're just going to go
Go
door
door to door.
With the
Hello,
kid?
is this your child?
What else can you do?
So
Do you recognize this child?
I mean, I would think at some point these parents are out looking for the kid.
absolutely. Now, by the way, this story I'm telling, it's all happening in a matter of 3 to 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Like everything is happening fast. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's possible this kid just escaped the back door. They don't even know he's gone yet, right? But here's the other thing. One, I don't want to touch a pantsless kid.
Yeah.
Fair
but
safe.
sometimes you got it.
Understood. Two, I also worry about what it looks like if I scoop this kid up and he doesn't like it
He's
and he starts to scream.
Yeah.
What happened? Do I get some dad?
Danger.
Thank you. Some dad coming. Do I catch
Yeah.
a fist to the side of the face? This guy's thinking I'm kidnapping this kid. So he starts running out of gas
All right.
from the running, and he's up on the sidewalk and he's lightly jogging to the point where I can keep up with him while I'm walking. So I'm like, here's what I'll do. I'll just stand next to him and walk next to him, and I'm just going to follow him.
Okay.
And maybe, like a raccoon, he will take me back to where he lives.
All right.
And as I'm doing this, everybody is now outside watching, which, by the way, thanks for the help, neighborhood. And I'm house by house. I'm like, is this yours? No. Is this yours? No. Do you know who he is? No.
Man, I'm pissed at these parents.
Again, it's all happened very fast.
Yeah, but still, man. I'm in the middle of dinner.
Got all the way up to your deck.
Yeah, it's a second level. So as the
All
kid
right.
is walking over the hill on the sidewalk, there's this teenage kid sprinting at me.
Ah.
It's his older brother.
Oh.
And he goes, "Oh my God, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. This is my little brother. I am so sorry." And he runs right to his brother, jumps into his arms, gives him a big hug. So everything looks on the up
Yeah.
here. And he's apologizing profusely. And I'm like,
Yeah.
no, don't worry about it. You
What
know,
can you do?
it happens, no big deal. So we figure out where he lives, just in case something like this happens again, so we know where to bring the kid back to.
Yeah.
And that's that. So
Okay.
my neighbor and I, we get together, good teamwork, way to go. It was like the end of one of those Chicago police shows.
Oh, I was thinking more like Miami Vice.
Either one.
You know, like the sunset, and you're sitting on your sailboat, and for some reason, there's an alligator on the sailboat.
So here's what really pissed me off.
Yeah.
All right. So again, there is a child on my deck that I do not know. My 12-year-old freaks out. I have to go chase this kid.
Yeah.
I am doing this for the safety of the child.
Right.
Right. And I'm not looking for compliments.
Right.
All right. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
As a dad, you got to do what you got to do. You understand. And you bring up the being upset with the family. We've talked about this before. Every parent has a story where, oh my God, what happened?
Yeah.
Right. You take your eyes off a kid for a second. I get it. I'm not judging anybody. So I'm walking back up the street, and my wife is at the end of the street.
Yeah.
And I go, what are you doing? And she goes, I don't know. I thought maybe like that kid was like a trap where someone was going to get you.
A trap of what?
Get you.
You in particular.
My wife then explained to me that she thought maybe
What?
someone was going to use a
Lure you
child
out of your house?
to
To
lure
bait-
me out of my house.
And to do what to you?
See, that's where her theory ends.
Yeah.
Because I had asked that. I go, what are they going to do? And she goes, oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, you kidnap me?
Do what with you?
Hold me for ransom?
Make you do what?
From the radio station?
Yes.
Because they're not going to pay.
Your dad's in flip-flops, high in demand.
I don't have my wallet or my phone
Yeah.
on me. You're not going to be able to rob me. You can rob me in my shorts, but I wasn't wearing underwear. That'd be a bad situation
Yeah.
for everybody. I get in my house,
Yeah.
and my 14-year-old and my 12-year-old start to make fun of me.
What do they say?
They were videotaping me. They went up to their room, and they were taping me running after
How
this
could
kid.
you not?
Yeah.
And they're
What a brilliant
As
idea.
they should.
But they're howling with laughter.
Of course.
And then my wife starts laughing at them, laughing at me,
Mm-hmm.
and I got kind of pissed.
Of course. Because you look foolish.
No, but wait a minute. I didn't want any
know.
of this. I didn't ask for
Yeah.
any of this.
But it's like a golden opportunity of mocking your dad.
Well, hey, how about this? How about you three get off your asses and try and help the damn kid, right? Because like 12, 14, you could have been a pretty big help.
You're gonna help me out. Help me
What,
find
Dad?
out.
We couldn't.
Like if I had a cell phone camera back as a kid,
Yeah.
all the things I saw my parents do, man, it would have been gold. It would have been hours of entertainment watching my parents being parents.
But no, here's the thing. If I set myself on fire on the grill, I understand
Yeah.
videotaping that and laughing. If I'm outside shoveling the driveway and I fall down, I understand taping that and laughing. That I'm completely,
Yeah.
it's all reasonable. I'm just trying to help this kid.
But you're also getting outpaced by a 3-year-old.
Yes, and it's very embarrassing.
Kettlebell boy.
I'm a good runner now.
Oh, you thought you were.
I would this kid, fastest kid ever.
That's
Fastest kid in the
it.
history of kids.
I do feel like,
Sign that kid up for track.
because now that your kids are older, if you're a parent of like teenage kids and you haven't, well, I guess you're around like young kids all the time, like
Yeah,
with
I
your
got my
family.
nieces and
But I'm
nephews.
thinking like after you think it's a situation you think you can handle no problem, but if you haven't been around toddlers in a while, it's got to be like it's like you're having like flashbacks that take you back to that time period, and you don't have your toddler legs
Well,
anymore.
no, to your point, I mean, when I'm around my nieces and nephews, like, their
Forget
parents.
how fast they can move.
Exactly. Like, they're either contained in my house or their
Yeah.
parents
Yeah.
are around, so I'm not, like, responsible.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
not like free-range kid.
No, I think you nailed it 100%. Is I severely underestimated based on
Yeah.
time away.
I got this. I got 2 kids. I'm fine. I can handle this. No problem. Oh no.
Freaking kid. And then, like, here's my other fear.
What?
The kid was having the time of his life.
Oh, sure, he's having a ball.
Right? So now I'm worried, like, this is a thing that's going to happen on a regular basis.
Play catch.
Yeah.
Catch me if you can.
Banging on my back door, and he just takes off running again.
Man,
I
that
gotta
would
get,
piss. That kid shows up again. I'm pissed.
Well, he's
You're
just
pissed for
No,
him.
I'm not pissed at the kid. I'm pissed at the house.
Again, you never had kids. You don't
I get it, but like
understand.
again, man, the same route.
I would be careful
What?
because you have a grandson, 2 grandchildren now, and they are at your
I
house a
ain't
lot.
chasing
They
that
love
kid.
to
I ain't got no
play
leg.
games of hide and seek without telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can hide and seek yourself.
Oh, really? The kid's going to go missing?
I ain't got no back. I ain't got no leg.
Ain't got no money. Ain't got no grandson no
Definitely
more.
ain't got no money. So you ain't inheriting nothing either.
You can't just let
Go
the,
make friends.
you can't just let the kid disappear. You have to go find them.
How?
You go outside.
I can't see.
Okay, explain that to their
I'm old.
parents. You're responsible for them, and can't see, can't run.
I am at that age where I can't watch kids anymore.
Okay. It just-
Or I could barely watch them. If I could plop them down and let them watch Paw Patrol, that I can do.
Okay. You get up to go to the bathroom. You could come back and that door is open and that kid's gone. So don't sit here and be like, "Oh, Judge, do
Hope he
not."
knows his way back to Chicago.
I'm just saying, don't openly judge parents because you will make the universe have this happen to you. All right, we got a dynamite. Don't chase after the fastest toddler in the world. Kind of break up for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we're going to bitch it up, buddy. Good
right.
luck.
Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. It's after 7 o'clock. And speaking of being a parent, Kimmy, you brought it up. There's different times of parenting.
Yeah.
Different periods
The
of
stages.
parents.
I would say there's 3 stages of parenting.
Yeah.
There's baby parenting. There's like
The hard years.
Yep.
The teenage years.
They're all hard for different reasons.
Well, the teenage ones.
I am in teenage time with my.
That's got to be the toughest. Because it's all uphill.
No, chasing that kid yesterday was uphill.
But as a baby. But, all right.
But no, to your point, you have to come up with new ways to manage the dangers around your kid.
Mm-hmm.
And something my daughter did over the weekend, I had to counteract with something I believed was a smart and safe thing to do.
Okay.
And I had posted something about it on social media, and I got lit up.
Oh, really?
And then I brought this up to you guys, and you guys started lighting.
Oh, yeah, man.
I don't understand what the other option would.
Lame asshole, man.
Yeah, I am a lame asshole man.
That's my.
It has nothing. I love how you're so selfish. It's not about it's mine. It's about you.
It's a little bit of mine. I understand.
You can't. No, you don't understand. Because if you understood, you wouldn't be saying this stuff.
But it kind of works for many levels.
All right, I get you have this take because you're an idiot. I am stunned, Kimmy, that you have this take.
I'm stunned because I don't know what take I had.
Okay.
I don't remember.
You started killing me yesterday.
When I was a kid, any parent that did this was like laughed at, like, you know what they do at their house.
Fine, fine.
You're
Now I
that
remember.
guy.
Fine. Laugh at me all you want. I'm trying to keep people safe, and we'll get to it. It's after 7 o'clock here at the Breaker about CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy,
Yeah.
You guys were saying there's a bunch of Ubers on the road this morning?
Yeah, there was a lot of traffic today.
Well, you said that this weekend was supposed to be one of the busiest travel weekends.
Yeah, ever.
Ever. And there are lots of places you can go on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
One former major tourist destination in America apparently is dying quickly.
Well, why?
Like scary quickly. And this is strange because someone in this room has been to this place recently. So maybe she can give us some boots on the ground information.
Yeah.
But what we have in front of us is not great. And it's surprising based on what they've tried to do the last couple of years. And we'll get into it, tell you what it is next here in the break room on CMF. This was the premier vacation destination in America
Really?
for a very long time.
Yeah.
And things went bad. So they adjusted, and they became the premier family vacation destination in America.
Okay.
And things went bad. So they adjusted,
Yeah.
and they once again became a premier destination for like young guys and young gals who want to have a good time. And things are going bad again. And I don't know what the hell you can do with everything they have
Yeah.
to make things better.
Where is this place?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Just after 6:45, the Jazzfest continues. The last weekend is this weekend,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken. And the free shows, by all reports, have been awesome. And what's great about the free shows is, you just show up, enjoy it for a little
hang
while,
out.
leave when you want. But you're also welcome to bring these. And Kimmy is here to argue that this is the biggest bring your own this event
Oh,
in the greater Rochester area.
damn.
Something that only shows up as you get a little bit older. And we'll get into it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Las Vegas casino hotels
Yeah.
are losing a fortune right now.
Really?
So a story yesterday illustrates how bad tourism in Vegas is currently. Are you familiar with Resorts World?
No.
Okay, apparently it's a brand new resort hotel casino that was built in 2021 where the old Stardust was.
Okay.
It cost $4.3 billion to create.
Makes sense.
This week, Resorts World Hotel and Casino says their revenue is down 75%
Ooh.
compared to this time last year.
So it tanked in a year.
75%. Now, there are a few things that go into these issues.
Yeah.
But tourism experts say with Vegas in general, there are three things that have led to the situation.
Yeah, what's killing it?
Okay, one, the economy is not great.
All right.
Which-
But it's always been like that. And I always thought those things were like bulletproof.
So in the article I was reading, Vegas specifically is susceptible to bad economies.
Oh, all right.
Now, whether it's people don't want to gamble,
Yeah.
whether it's they're
not spending like the extra money on stuff.
because when you go
Like
to
all the-
Vegas, when you go to Vegas, it's all extra money.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
All right.
Two, for some reason, international tourists, which still make up a big part of the folks going to Vegas, aren't coming anymore.
So over the last year, tourism coming in from overseas.
Something happened in the last year where overseas
Canada,
tourism
yeah.
is down.
Okay. All right.
Three, America now has better options for vacations, according to these experts, than Las Vegas.
Oh.
They have kind of steered back away from the family-friendly stuff and more towards adult entertainment.
Okay.
And when the adults don't want to come, well, that creates a problem.
All right.
All right, now here's the thing.
But they've expanded so much. I mean, hockey,
knocked-
football.
yeah.
They're getting baseball and basketball.
I mean, that is the
I mean, they put everything they could into this town.
No, you're right. Sports was supposed to be what saved them. Now, you only have sports in the winter, to fall and winter right now with the Raiders
Yeah.
and the Golden Knights. The A's are supposed to be moving to Vegas, but they're reliant on this brand new, like, multi-billion-dollar sports facility they want to build.
Yeah.
And if things are really, really bad,
Ooh.
you have to wonder if that even happens.
Yeah.
You're right. The
I could
NBA
be
for
wrong,
years.
But haven't they started it?
I don't think so.
No?
I think it's still hung up. You want to Google the story?
And you got all those residents, right? I mean, I'm talking about the residencies with these stars
Yeah.
hang out there. But you got to remember something else. There's casinos now all over this country. I mean,
Yeah.
you can get a complete resort experience at Del Lago,
Yeah.
at Turning Stone.
You're right.
Like those are both full-service casinos with golf courses and extras and restaurants. You know what I mean?
And it ain't just us. If you look at the Midwest and the Northeast now,
They're all over the place.
Illinois, Michigan, Ohio, Massachusetts,
Up and down the
Pennsylvania,
river, man.
all the way. I mean, that's
Yeah.
not even counting Atlantic City,
Right.
right? I mean, like all of these states now have these massive resorts where if you were going to go just to gamble, you don't have to go. And I can bet on sports from my phone now.
Yeah.
I don't have to go sit in the win at the sports book there and bet on sports that way.
I will say that something else that killed Vegas was Nashville.
I agree with you there.
Because that became another young person's destination to go have fun.
Yeah, I mean, bachelor parties don't have to go to Vegas anymore
Right.
to get wild.
Yeah.
All right, so Kimmy, what do we know about the
So
baseball
fun,
stadium?
fun fact, they just broke ground this week
Okay.
Hey!
All right.
on Monday.
All right. So
Play ball.
we got that going for us. For those who don't know, the A's left Oakland.
Yeah, where are they playing now?
They are playing in a minor league baseball stadium in Sacramento for at least 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah, because this says it's not going to be done until 2028.
And that's if everything goes to
Yeah.
plan.
Yeah.
Also, if you have watched any footage from them playing in this minor league stadium, it's a disaster.
Oh, really?
A complete disaster. So here's the thing. I
Yeah.
know this all sounds hard to believe, and we're only going based on numbers. Again, this massive resort hotel casino on the Vegas Strip says their revenue is down 75% compared to this time last year. Kimmy, you were just in Vegas.
Yeah.
Did you notice a difference?
I mean, I've only been there once. It seemed pretty busy, but I guess I don't know what to compare it to. Like I said, I was shocked with how many families were there and how, like, just walking around the casino, it's like wall-to-wall people. So, I mean, it looked busy to me, but I don't know what it normally looks like.
Plus, they just built that sphere-looking thing.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
And that's the thing, too. Like, getting tickets to some of this stuff, like, it's not easy. It's not like they're dying for you to come in. Like, the tickets are expensive. Some of the stuff gets sold out quickly.
So make it make sense then.
Yeah.
They run Formula One there now in the streets.
Well, that could keep people away. I mean, if I'm going to go have a fun weekend and I find out Formula One's going to be there,
All right.
I don't know.
I feel bad for the hookers.
Oh, your mom will be fine.
My mother's dead.
Yeah, from all that hooking. So what is good about this for people like us? You know, Kimmy, you brought up it's still hard to get tickets to residencies, the concerts, and things like that. Reports are several Vegas hotels and casinos are doing everything they can to attract tourists.
So that's a good deal to go.
You got it. So they're slashing prices on rooms. They're waiving fees. They're offering free parking. Is it worth it for a vacation like that?
If it's on sale, yeah.
Huh?
I mean, the only thing is if you don't gamble, well, I guess now there's enough to do if you don't gamble, so it's not so bad.
Yeah, I mean, look.
I went twice, but I didn't gamble. I was a kid, and one other time when I was an adult. You run out of – it's not as much fun unless you're hitting those tables, but now you got all this extra stuff.
All right, so the last time I was in Vegas doing comedy was like 2008.
Yeah.
And I didn't really gamble when I was there because I didn't know the money. But there was plenty of stuff to do. Like there's between
just
the
walking around.
Exactly.
Yeah,
like
people watching.
I never felt even like activities, like there are roller coasters at half the hotels now and like, the shows and stuff like that and all the like experiences they offer. I never felt like I was bored.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then again, I haven't been there in almost 20 years, so I don't know what it's like now. It is weird, though. Outside of Kimmy, I don't know anyone else that's been to Vegas lately. Do you know anybody else? I mean, your husband goes for the Dead shows.
Yeah. I mean, that's been his draw, and a lot of people he knows. I mean, obviously they're also Deadheads, so they've made the trip and they want to go again.
But
like that type of experience.
But do you know anyone your age outside of the concert goers that have been going to Vegas?
No. I mean, but these are they're mostly families, so I don't know how many people are taking like young kids there want the hassle of doing that.
I do wonder too.
What's that?
Like we talk about the tourism in New York, and how it's weather dependent, right? Like upstate New York is beautiful 5 months out of the year, 4 months out of the year, right? If you were to go to Vegas now, you'd burst into flame instantly.
It's miserably hot.
Right?
Yeah,
we
it's
went
100 degrees.
We went late May, early June last year, and I remember thinking because there were like some guys working construction and working on the roads, and I was like, how the F do they do this in July, August, September? Like it has to be terrible.
Unless they do it like us, where in the wintertime nobody works, in the summertime nobody works.
But they were working. I mean, this was June. I don't know.
Oh yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Okay, now the overnight that would be the smarter thing to do anyway.
Yeah.
Although Vegas is always 24/7.
Yeah, never sleeps, baby.
Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF on the Break Room Facebook page talking about this resort in Vegas. It's called Resorts World. It was built for $4.3 billion back in 2021. They said their revenue is down 75% compared to this time last year, and apparently they're not the only casino hotel that is struggling. Rick writes us on Facebook, I went for a wedding last year. I used to go to Vegas once a year. It did seem less crowded than it was before, and people were there for things that were different than they were before. Not so much gambling, but concerts, and concerts only sell 5,000 to 10,000 tickets. I mean, that's a good point.
Yeah.
It's hard to get a ticket to these things.
Yeah, and
but
that's all people are doing.
Yeah, I mean, if you're only going for the show and going home, that money ain't getting spread around.
Yeah, and then, plus if the foreign tourists ain't coming, I don't know how much of that makes up their tourism, but that could really bite you in the ass.
Sure. I mean, it's also internationally casinos have blown up. You brought up, what's that city in China?
Macau.
Okay. So they're now
That's a Vegas. Same setup.
So like maybe those, Asian tourists, if you got a Vegas closer than Vegas, you're going there?
Okay.
We'll wrap it up with this.
What's that?
Chris writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Born and raised in Las Vegas, Nevada. I go about 5 times a year. They are definitely pricing themselves out on the Strip. Maybe that's what it is.
Oh, it's getting too expensive.
Because my husband's cousin's getting married in Vegas, like around the holidays this year, and just for the hell of it, we're like, let's see, what it would cost to stay near where they're getting married on the Strip. it was still very expensive.
Really?
Like you can get a cheaper place like off the strip, but if you want to stay like where everything's going on, it was not. There were no deals to be had. Put it that way.
Maybe go back and look again. But then again, if you're building these things for billions of dollars, there's only so much you can offer for cheaper before you're losing money.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so go get yourself maybe a cheap Vegas vacation.
Yeah, before it goes away.
Maybe not. Who knows? All right, let's take a break. Jazzfest continues. It's a great event, man.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Nothing says chicken on a stick and 90 degrees with jazz outside like Jazz.
And your finest Tommy Bahama.
But here's the thing with the free shows, man. You are welcome to enjoy the free shows in any way you want.
Yeah.
You don't have to stay for the whole thing.
No.
You can hang and
You
chat.
float around.
Yeah, you got it. Or you can zone in and focus. Bless you.
All right.
You always look like you're going to die when you sneeze.
Well, I'm old. I can die from a sneeze.
It's like a full body convulsion.
It hurts when you get to be married, man. My heart stops.
Kimmy is here to argue that this is the biggest bring your own this event.
Oh, I have to bring something.
I
Or
have seen
it's
things
an
that I
option?
didn't know existed at these types of events.
Oh.
Like new ways of carrying this around.
Ooh, we'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see you back. There are some things you'll believe you'll never do.
Okay.
You're far too cool
Yeah.
to do this, right? And then one day, you look in the mirror, and boom, you've become what you've once hated.
Okay.
Someone in this room is here to argue that this event that's been going on for the last 2 weeks is the biggest bring your own this of any event in Rochester.
Yeah.
And I think you're right, Kimmy. This might be the granddaddy of them all. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
I think we're going to pitch it out, Pally.
That's right. Palomine.
I was looking at D Martin stuff.
Oh. Thanks for sharing that with everybody. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And I don't understand what my other option was here.
Okay.
Because, I'm just trying to keep my daughter and her friends safe.
I think it's the look of it
It's,
more than the idea.
It's the ultimate. First of all, it's not going to work.
It worked.
Oh, it doesn't.
well,
it worked.
it'll
doesn't.
probably work.
It worked.
It just
It
looks
don't
a
work.
little
Okay.
crazy.
They'll just figure something else out.
How does this look crazy?
Looks a little crazy.
All right, we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So Jazzfest continues this weekend downtown.
Yeah.
Last weekend, if you haven't made it out yet. And if you're out there enjoying the free shows or seeing the highlights on the news every night, you may have noticed something. Kimmy, something you have been noticing.
Yeah, this is the biggest BYOC event that Rochester throws every summer.
BYOC.
Bring your own chair.
Okay.
Because I have
collapsible
seen
chair.
like the most unique collapsible chairs and seats you will find at this festival.
You can see
Like,
some that are tricked out.
yeah, like I've seen chairs on wheels. I've seen the chairs with like the table attachments.
Wait,
you know?
what?
It's like a little mini tables you can put like,
like a
your
TV
beers,
tray almost.
your
Oh.
beers and stuff in it.
So they have one that has, if you don't want to sit in the sun, it's got the
Yeah, the umbrella or the overhang.
It's got like an overhang. Yeah.
Okay. So
You
we're
get
talking
sunburned.
all kinds of fancy your own
All
chairs.
Yeah.
kinds of fancy chairs.
Showing
People
up
will
at
be
the-
bringing. It'll be like the backpack chairs.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Kimmy, I think that's a pretty good call. I can't think of another event that would be a bigger BYOC event in the greater Rochester area. Is BYOC an old person thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I can only stand for so long.
Okay.
I only got so much. When I stand up, I got a shot clock. And I know about the time I go, all right, hips are hurting, knees are hurting, ankles are hurting. I got to plop.
Can you give me a vague time frame?
I'm just standing.
Yeah,
one
what
that-
point you're done standing?
I could probably go a good 12 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Because you're beyond the bring your own blanket phase and onto the bring your own chair phase.
Well,
I can bring a blanket, but you will just have to leave me there.
If you
because I
get
ain't
down
getting
on the
up.
blanket, you're not getting up.
I ain't getting up.
Well, I also don't think that the Jazz Fest is conducive to BYOB.
Well, yeah, because it's the street.
Yeah, you can't put a blanket on the street.
Well, no, it's
hot
grassy over
pavement.
there now. Like where the big stage is over in Parcel 5.
Oh, in the grass.
Parcel
Parcel 5.
I'd also be
I
afraid
think
people
there's
are
like
gonna...
grassy areas because I've seen people like sprawled out on the
Okay.
grass.
All right. Yeah, I did see one on the news the other day. You're just talking about the tricked out folding
Oh,
chairs,
yeah.
right? It had a fan attachment
Oh, nice.
that had like a water tank underneath it, and it was blasting.
Oh, a mister.
Yeah, cool, wet mist in this
God
person's
damn,
face.
man.
So they
There's
must have
so
had to-
many like portable attachments for those things.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. At what age do you start to BYOC, bring your own chair?
I'm going to say 55.
Okay, you think it's that old?
Yeah.
Kimmy, would you agree?
Yeah, because at that age you're also going to invest in the chair because like we
Quality
have
chair.
like pop-up chairs that like we paid like we got it for $5, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like we have not invested a lot of money in our pop-up chairs, but I think when you get to the age where like you're testing the comfort of the chairs
Okay.
before you buy them, that's the age where you're bringing them everywhere too.
Okay, so you both say 55. 10 years ago, I would have agreed with you.
Mhm.
I think the age is getting younger,
Well, that's not good.
and it's getting younger faster. But I think there's a reason why.
What?
Soccer and baseball.
Oh, I understand that, but why is it?
Well, let me explain.
Oh, yeah, I get like that's always been a way, but
Yeah.
are you still taking those things to concerts?
That's
Yeah.
just it. Every kid that plays a sports now, you have to let your kid try something. So you have to go out and get these tricked out chairs because you're sitting forever.
Right.
And these parents that are now in their 30s and 40s, I spent all this money on this
Okay.
tricked out chair.
All right.
I'm walking out the garage to go do something. I'm going to bring the chair.
Yeah, but you're also hauling around so much stuff all the time. I would think when you go to a concert, you're like, I'm leaving that behind.
Here's why you're wrong about that, with all
Okay.
due respect, Kimmy. A lot of people, myself included,
Yeah.
will keep the chairs in the back of the car.
Oh, yeah.
Because you don't know when you're going to need that chair.
Especially in the summertime, yeah.
Exactly. So let's say I'm going to go to an event where I could use a folding chair. The chair is already here.
I will say this: once you submit to the chair, it's over.
Would you smell the chair?
Yeah, it's over. If you thought there was any trace of cool in your body, it has long been drained from your veins.
All right, hold on.
No. You ain't cool in a folding chair, man. You ain't tough in a folding chair. You ain't rocking it in a folding chair.
No, some of them rock.
It's over.
Some of them do rock.
That would be sweet.
Like, I can appreciate somebody's tricked out folding chair and still think they're a nerd. Does that make sense?
Say that one more time.
I can appreciate somebody's tricked out folding chair and kind of want it myself, but also see you as a huge nerd.
No, but that makes you a huge nerd.
I understand.
So,
and lame.
okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right. But okay, in saying that,
Like, you don't look cooler with that tricked out chair, but I'm willing to accept it. You know?
All right. No, but here's the thing. I would argue, 252 WCMF, as Kimmy says that the Jazzfest is the biggest BYOC, bring your own chair event in the greater Rochester area, and there is an age that you hit, they said 55, where you bring your own chair. I would argue that the lower the average age gets for the folding chair, the less taboo the folding chair becomes.
Well, yeah, because you're just giving up earlier.
No, what I'm saying is it's not giving up. Like, if you see a hot soccer mom in a folding chair at Jazzfest, that's fine. Like, all of a sudden, the idea of the chair changes.
Okay, but if you get to know her, you're going to find out her soul died many years ago.
It's like when celebrities start to bring back, like, old stuff.
Okay.
Like, okay, any guy that was wearing, like, giant baggy pants 5 years ago looked like a weirdo.
Oh, the flappers?
Yeah. But all of a sudden, he's
It's
really
trendy.
Yeah, it's trendy again because the right people started wearing flappy chairs. If the right people or flappy pants, if the right people in your town at the right age start BYOCing,
Well, you got to get a cool celebrity to do a show from the chair. He has to go on the folding chair tour.
okay.
Well, you start to assume that it's less about not being able to stand for long periods of time and just more about having the chair for convenience.
And I'll take
comfort,
I'll take it a step further because you just brought something up. You got to have like a musician do a bring your own chair
A
tour.
cool guy.
Folding chairs are very country, and country, most popular music in the country for women
all right.
now, right? I mean, you're going to tell me you're going to go to a country concert at CMAC, there ain't going to be 1,000 tricked out folding chairs in the parking lot.
Sure.
You're not going to go to a Bills game and find 50 tricked out.
Well, in the parking lot.
But I never
think
saw
is-
Toby Keith in one.
He was it Toby Keith that just had no Toby Keith
He died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But he was a big tough guy.
they buried him in a folding chair.
No kidding.
That's how they folded him up. Yeah. All tricked out.
How do you feel about, because I do see this a lot too, especially with people that are carting stuff around for their kids, the pop-up wagon?
Oh, the folding wagon.
Pop-up wagon is clutch.
Because I've seen people pulling their chairs and things in the fold-up
Again,
wagon
it's
to
over.
these
No.
events.
Folding wagon became popular right as my kids were out of wagon age,
Yeah.
and it made me furious because that
It's
folding.
a genius idea.
Seriously, man, it would have made my life so much freaking
But
easier.
if it's just you and your old lady
Yeah.
heading to Jazzfest
Yeah.
with your wagon full of...
You've become the
Wha-
kid with the wheelie backpack.
No,
You
let's
are.
Not, let's
Yes.
not go that
Yes.
far.
It's
yes,
sad.
You have.
That's a mean thing to say that you can't take
It's
back.
over.
All right, I got $1 million idea. You ready? You ready for this? And I'm serious. This would crush. Folding wagon
Yeah.
that becomes folding chairs.
Oh,
like it's multi-purpose
Yeah,
wagon.
like it's on a
it just converts
You just click a couple of things
All
up, and it
right.
is now converted into
to a love seat.
Yes, bro,
Wonder if
that
Folding
exists.
love seat.
that would sell millions,
A loveless love seat.
bro. That would work, man.
I have seen the pop-up love seat. Have you seen
No.
Yeah,
that?
I'm
it's-
making
yeah.
a joke.
But I never
it's a
understood
real
why.
thing.
I'm like, why wouldn't you want your own chair?
Well, I got one a couple of years ago for Bill's
It's definitely
tailgating.
not big enough for two people.
No, yeah, two men definitely not, because Ryan and I we broke that thing pretty quick.
Yeah.
Like that, it had no chance.
Yeah, those things have to have a pretty
Yeah.
lightweight limit.
Do you want to go? Well, no, okay, this is going to be bad. They now sell folding chairs specifically with higher weight limits.
Yeah, so they
Oh,
so
yeah, that makes sense.
so they used to make a lounge of folding just chair like you would have on your back deck.
Yeah.
It was called the Big Guy. And we and Chase Pickett had them, so we had one out at Bill's camp. But a lot of the guys couldn't sit in it because they were over 300 pounds. Because the weight limit was 300. And some
That's
of
actually
those
pretty high.
some of those linemen are, 320, 325.
I have seen, and I forget what it's called. It's called like the XL or something like that.
Okay.
It's a folding chair with a weight limit of 450 pounds.
Wow.
It's a big old chair.
Maybe you should stay home if you're 450 pounds.
Well, what if I
No.
want my wife to sit on my lap?
I won't be able to. Okay, but
Ah.
I won't be able to see Jazz Fest if I'm behind you.
We got Instagram messages coming in. Chase writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. The Jeep wagon has been a lifesaver at soccer games. Tell him, Chase.
All right.
Tell him, buddy.
Again, like the soccer game, the going to your kids' events makes sense. It's like when you're.
But you're
when
going out on a jazz
Yeah,
a
like when
night
you're
out.
off on date night and you're bringing the wagon.
Yeah, it's over. That's a knobless night.
No, you can get a knob in a wagon.
In a
No.
wagon?
Knob in my wagon. What a wonderful way to
Say how much you love me.
Okay, Leanne is breaking some terrible news to us.
Uh-oh, what happened?
The wagon love seats already exist. She just sent me
Oh.
a picture of it.
So so it's a wagon that converts
This
to a
converts
chair.
this one converts into a bed.
God.
This looks comfy as hell.
Why? I need a nap.
It shows a woman. Look at this. It's a wagon.
Yeah.
Converts into a bed. She is laying on the wagon bed reading a book, and she looks like every soccer mom ever. I want this now. I don't want to spend $119.
That's not bad, though, for that much. Look how all you get with it.
Also, 440-pound weight limit.
Wow.
Yeah.
You can pound on the wagon.
Wagon pounded?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Kimmy, I get that you don't have kids, so this is still foreign to you. You don't think you're close to the age where you're a BYOC person?
I am at the age where I appreciate a chair, but I don't want to be inconvenienced hauling that chair around.
You're
I know
us-
I'm going to get
I'm
drunk
not
and forget
willing.
it.
I'm not willing to carry around the chair yet.
Okay.
I like the chair. I want the chair. Don't want to carry the chair.
Your husband's in a jam bands. You are
Yes.
right on the
Yeah, I
cusp
know.
of
I
bringing
know
your
we-
own.
Yeah, because
But-
those shows go on forever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
Your
You're
lower
right.
back can't handle
I
it.
mean, like I don't. I will stand at those shows for 20 minutes and start to be like, I should have brought a chair.
Ah! And here's the thing. You say,
but I still won't.
Tommy, you said, I think I get drunk and forget it.
Yeah.
What people spend on these chairs now, you will not
Oh.
forget them. I'm
'Cause
telling you.
The two chairs that we have were free. We got one from the Buffalo Bills. We got one from the bank.
Oh. You're lucky you're little people, like you and your wife are light people.
it.
Itty bitty
Because
person
those are
guy.
the first chairs to go. Like my husband would never sit in a free fold-up chair.
No, I'm with you
Like,
100%.
He would go right through it.
I'll tell you exactly. I've broken so many folding chairs. I know what point they're going to break before I sit in them. I will show you the structural
Yeah, they are
deficiency.
flimsy as
yeah,
hell.
we've gone through a few.
James writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. My wife and I are both 28. We went around comfort testing folding chairs so we could put them on our registry for our wedding 2 weeks ago.
Okay, that's a
No,
sad
that's-
marriage.
We
That's
bring
a
them
good-
everywhere we go.
That's a good wedding gift because that's something that you don't realize you're going to get a lot of use out of.
That is a sad, sexless
I disagree.
couple.
Adam actually has a good theory here. We'll wrap it up with this one. He says, I think the reason why middle-aged people these days need to bring their own chair
Why?
is because we put our bodies through hell during the jackass era.
Okay.
I'm 40, and I'm like Tommy. I can go 15 to 20 minutes tops before I need to lean on something or sit down.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks a lot, Johnny Knoxville. Now we're all using folding chairs. All right, it's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater for all those left that don't have folding chairs.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to get bitched at, too. And, look, I get you having this take because you're an idiot.
Well, thank you.
I am stunned, Kimmy,
About who?
that you're not on my side.
I have a couple comparisons that I'd like to make,
It's
and you can tell me if they're valid.
Okay,
you will
fine.
You're going to become. You're going to brand yourself
Yeah.
that dad.
I'm fine with being that dad. I would like that reputation.
What you're about to do screams.
Oh, I did it. It's done.
Okay.
It's been done.
So you are now branded a huge jerk.
Okay. It is not my job.
Jerk dad.
It's not my job to be cool. It is my
You're
job.
nailing it.
It is my job to
This
keep.
is the lecture he gives too.
Yes. You know what a dangerous game you're playing.
No, it's true. They don't know what they do. We'll get into it next. Here in the break room on CMF. You know what you did as a teenager.
Yeah.
And because of that, you should be skeptical of your kids
Yeah.
and your kids' friends. And that's all this was. Trust, but verify.
There you go.
Don't-
Reagan.
But don't trust all.
This is a Reagan move.
Yes, it is I'm fine with it being a Reagan move. I'm fine with it. I want my house to be a shining beacon on a hill. And everybody listening, if you have teenagers, should be doing everything you can to keep from burying yourself. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it is Thursday.
Yeah, buddy.
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or say they look like Grimace going to a nightclub. What is that stupid shirt? What is wrong with you? Your mic is off, Kimmy.
What's the matter?
You've been in a very purpley mood lately.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
you had,
rocking
like,
the
the
purples.
lavender shorts
Yeah.
the other day.
I highly encourage people to go to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com,
I got my
YouTube,
white Portofino shorts on
or
today.
Twitch. What the hell is a Portofino?
It's a Portofino short.
What is that?
It was men in Portofino wear when they walk around.
Why are your buttons, by the way, the Break Room WCMF on YouTube or Twitch, why are your buttons not where the buttons should be?
Is the inside of the collar cheetah print?
No, it's like it's kind of an animal print.
Oh.
What?
You look like the biggest a-hole I've ever seen in my
Yeah,
life.
yeah.
You look like you're related to Sylvester Stallone.
That would be awesome.
No, like his cousin that had fetal alcohol syndrome was also in a tragic fire that they rescued him from. You got to really hurt someone, something along the lines of.
Well, you know what I'm not?
What are you not?
I'm not a square, man.
Oh, no?
Because I'm Pat Duffy, and I'm about to announce the biggest square-ass dad move since the 1950s. This is Eisenhower Square.
First of all, your
So
buttons are
Bitch.
square.
Square dad bitch.
Square dad bitch is about to be announced.
I love how you said it like you were an announcer on a 1950 TV show. I'll tell you what I'm not. We take all your bitch voices, square, buttoned or not. Run it back for you. We call Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
And now, Bitch Voice Theatre, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Pat Duffy, I'm scared of HBO. They're going to come to town and take my Super Bowl away. They're going to drive it back to Hollywood and give it to some other worthy team because Josh Allen can't handle HBO looking at him throwing a baseball or a football.
Baseball, you
or
got
throwing
that?
any kind of ball, so it's going to suck. I'm just an HBO hating little bitch.
I'm telling you, I have been to the NHL draft.
Ooh.
Let me see your. It was free. It was in
What?
Buffalo. You could just walk in.
Oh, sorry.
I said, show me your feet, Igor. Do you have issues with it?
Well, we did a remodel on it. So.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
A remodel?
That makes you a bitch.
I'm
You
putting-
non-snake banging. He's telling me I can't have sex with a sexy woman because there's snakes swimming around because I'm scared of a little reptile-ass, scared-ass bitch.
What if it strangles me or something?
My name is Pat Duffy, and I'm a loose ass bitch because it's a little too hot, and it's 90 degrees, and I might sweat.
Yeah, all of that.
Oh,
Something along the lines.
Pat Duffy, I'm jealous of Tommy's pretty little blue pants this morning. I wish I had blue pants, but I'm too wide-legged and thick-calved to wear slim trousers because I'm a thick bitch boy. No, I'm saying, what would you? No,
No, go ahead.
no, I
I'm scared. No. I was fortunate enough to be at the LeBron first game back in Cleveland when he went to Miami.
And that was Bitch Voice Theatre on WCMF.
All right, so last weekend, my oldest, my
Yeah.
14-year-old, school is all done. She wanted to have a little sleepover party with her friends.
sure.
All right, so she got like 5 friends coming over, and they were going to sleep and hang out in the basement.
Yeah, because you got it all done now. Right?
But yeah, we finished our basement. It's like where I hang out and watch sports. It's
Yeah.
my wife told me this will be your space, and it has now become where my kids hang out with their friends, which is awesome. So down there where I watch all my sports, I have a beer fridge.
Nice.
A stocked beer fridge that I keep stocked for all the
Right,
guests
I
that
mean,
come
you
over.
got arm's length, right?
So right there.
Boom.
Literally right
Look
there.
at that. Nice.
So she's 14. Her friends are like 14, 15. And I have decided that they are at an age where I don't know if I can trust them alone with the fridge.
well, you got to keep an eye on things.
Thank you. Yes, I was worried because there is so much beer in this fridge that these kids might, as teenagers will do,
They will.
try to sneak some alcohol. So on Saturday morning, I went to Lowe's. I got a big-ass lock
One of those big master locks?
Yep, I got a big ass chain thing.
No.
Yeah,
Oh
hand to
my
God.
Chain?
It's on my Instagram. You can pull it up if you want to see it.
Looks like a freaking cartoon.
I brought it home. I wrapped it around the
Oh
fridge.
No,
my
you did
God.
not.
I did. The picture is on my Instagram
Oh,
at Duffy
God.
on WCMF. You can look for yourself.
Embarrassing.
I don't even want to I don't want to condone what you're doing right now.
Okay.
But even looking at it.
Okay. And I locked the fridge.
Yeah.
And my daughter saw me doing it, and at first she started making fun of me for
As
doing
she should.
Right? Okay. As far as I know, my 14-year-old does not drink. And we're around each other a lot. Now, I
Yeah.
don't want to be that dad that thinks, like, our child is perfect. I understand that kids are capable
Sure.
of this thing. And here's the thing. She was also having two very close friends over that I also would trust not to touch anything in my basement.
Yeah.
But there were two girls coming over that I had never met before. And I mean no disrespect to them, but I, as a dad, cannot just ignore the fact that there is alcohol
You
there.
cannot.
They will be alone in the basement while I'm
Pat.
sleeping. Peer pressure is a hell of a drug. What is the issue?
Let me tell you something, young lady. That beer's going to be locked up. And I'm keeping an eye on it.
Yes!
I don't know these strange girls from God knows where, but I don't want them downstairs indulging in alcohol and rock and roll music.
Everything-
Rock and roll and beer has got to go.
I don't understand why this is a controversial take. What is
It's
the problem?
It's an overreaction, man, with the lock and
It
everything.
just looks
man.
a little extreme.
It's totally extreme, and they'll find ways to drink, man.
And
You didn't solve anything.
if they want to sneak beer
Okay.
in,
Thank
it will
you.
not be your beer.
Okay, that's
and
fine.
you're going to be known as that dad that locks everything up because that's
Yeah.
going to get to all of our
Yes.
friends. Oh yeah, you know what they do at the Duffy house? Lame ass square dad locks it up.
Yeah,
Not
I'm-
even allowed in their own fridge. in
Lock
our
it
house.
up. Lock it up.
I'm fine with being known as the dad that locks the beer fridge. I don't see what the
Weird.
negative is.
Why do you want to be known as the parent that locks stuff up? You're like known as the parent who, like, I put the equivalent of, remember like the friends' homes you'd go to where you weren't allowed in certain rooms?
Yes.
Okay, that's definitely, you know me.
But
That's
there's
not
no
me.
fly zone, but that's where it
You're
starts
getting
with the
your-
lock.
Yeah, it all starts with the giant beer fridge lock.
Stay away from my bubblehead
Yes.
curio cabinet.
And-
Also
and
that, I
don't
like-
touch any of the memorabilia.
Well, no, I did have to have a talk
Who
with my.
moved this bobblehead? Don't touch it.
Okay, you guys are being dicks.
No,
There's
listen,
a huge difference.
I'm trying to help you, man.
No, you're not.
Because you're going to be known as that dad. That dad was always the lamest, squarest dad.
And I
Like nobody
remember
wanted
you-
to go to that house.
Yeah, you felt like you had to tiptoe around.
Yeah, it was like eggshell house.
But I'm a very warm and welcoming person.
I thought you were too.
Everything
Except for
else.
when it comes to where your kids and their friends hang out at
Yes.
your house.
Okay, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. They are allowed any part of my house except for my room, obviously.
Don't
'cause-
touch stuff.
No, don't touch the beer.
Well, you just said you don't want your other stuff being touched either.
Well, obviously, don't break my bobbleheads. I've been collecting these bobbleheads for a very long time.
And also your Simpson memorabilia.
Yeah, also stay away from my Simpson memorabilia. But I don't lock that up. It is
You're not you're not far from it though.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go back to something you
If
said.
something goes missing or seems out of place, now you're going to start to think, are they going to take stuff out of my basement, which will lead to other measures being taken.
You think that's a possibility?
Just saying, I don't know.
Okay. Kimmy, you brought up if they're going to drink, they're going to find a way to drink.
Yes.
And they will bring beer in. And you know what? I am not okay with that. But here's the thing. I don't want to be the dad where the kids, if they do get into my beer thing,
Yeah.
other parents are calling me and going, why are you not being more safe about
Absolutely.
this? No, shut up. Like you, I get. You're a degenerate. You don't understand how the world works. You never raised your own kids. I'm fine with you thinking, oh, man, I'm 65. I'm still cool. Check me out, man. I'm going to give alcohol to teenagers.
You didn't see my Portofino shorts?
Like I did with my co-host when he was 15. You, on the other hand, Kimmy.
I remember going to kids' houses where it was weird that they didn't have access to everything
Right.
in their own home. And I
It's
always thought
beer.
that was so strange.
It's beer.
Yeah, but you're locking up a refrigerator.
It only has beer in it.
And they know they're not allowed to drink.
Why don't you put some soda in there?
Oh, I
And-
forgot. What's that?
And why don't you count the beer? Like, I always assumed as a kid, like taking something out of a parent's stash, like they have it counted or
Right.
marked.
No, but here's the
you,
thing.
You kind of know what's in there because like people have beer in their refrigerator, right? Most people have beer in the fridge. They don't make your kind of money where they could have a separate refrigerator just for beer.
Sure. Yeah,
So-
yeah. What were you saying? Where are your shorts from again?
They're not from there. It's a look.
Oh, is it?
Portofino.
It's a look.
It's a Portofino look. You wouldn't understand, man. You've never been to the Italian islands, and neither have I. But I've seen pictures, and I've seen some Sinatra movies.
You were saying.
But like, there's beer in the fridge, right? In your actual refrigerator.
No. All the beer stays in the beer fridge.
But before that, it was there, right?
Yes, it was. Yes.
So would you? Let's say you did. Let me ask you this: if you didn't have this beer refrigerator,
Mm-hmm.
and you just had your refrigerator full of beer,
Yeah.
would you think about putting a lock or an alarm on the door so you don't want them, like if you're upstairs, you don't want them sneaking in and grabbing it?
No, because I wouldn't have had a choice. I don't want the kids to feel like they can't go into the refrigerator to get like snacks or something.
Okay.
Yeah, but it would
that
be the
gets to his
same
point.
access.
Yeah.
I understand, but I ended up in a good spot where all of the alcohol was in one specific
Okay.
Well,
spot.
no, because did you lock up like your bar? Because you have actual liquor.
Hey,
So we do have a
wine.
lock on it, yes. And there were bottles of wine that my wife keeps somewhere else. God, you make us sound like drunks. I swear to God, it's
No,
just for
but everybody
entertaining.
has like wine or some kind of liquor.
Okay,
in
the
their
wine
house.
was available. The
Yeah.
wine was available.
Yeah.
But I also don't think that my 14-year-old knows how to open a bottle of wine.
And there probably wasn't
I think
anything-
She'll figure it out.
I mean, probably the snacks weren't a good pairing with it. They weren't wearing their Portofino shorts.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. I think, as we go to the phones, I want you guys to ruminate, think about this sentence before we go to the
Yeah.
phones. Shouldn't you always assume your kids are going to be as bad as you were
Yes.
when you were younger?
Yes.
So then if that's the case, lock up the beer, man.
Lock it up.
252 WCMF. My daughter has a little sleepover party last weekend, end of school thing. She's got 4 or 5 friends coming over. I have a beer fridge where all my beer lives
Yeah.
in my basement where the kids were going to be sleeping. And I don't know 2 of these kids. I know how peer pressure gets. I
Sure.
don't want to be dangerous and irresponsible. So I went out and I bought a big chain and I bought it is a comically big lock. I will give you that.
You put a chain on it.
It was like a Disney or Warner Brothers Bugs Bunny giant size lock. I chained the beer fridge shut and I locked it so the kids couldn't get into
It
it.
also kind of ruins the look of your. It also kind of ruins the
This
look
intense.
of your man cave.
Well, it doesn't live there now. I only put it on when the kids are over.
Okay. All right.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Hey, Jeremy, what's up, buddy?
Let me first start out by saying I really agree with your sentiment. I think that you, as a parent, can't be liable for other people. That being said, man, you did this for show. You could have just done this and kept this to yourself, but apparently you posted it online for other people to see. You made some chintzy-ass setup for other people to see. Like, what's the point of that? Are you just flaunting it because you thought that you screwed up your nice house with some crappy chain and lock?
Well, no, so
I
I'll
don't
walk
understand
through. I'll walk through the thought process there because you're right. I just thought this was a normal thing, and I had done it, and my daughter starts to light me up, and my wife started laughing at me a little bit, and I was like, no, we're going to see who's right here. So I threw it up on Instagram because I was curious, and then I started getting lit up by people there.
I mean, I don't know what your house looks like, but you're modestly successful, and your wife is very
Modestly
successful. I
Thank you.
Nailed
I
that.
imagine you have a nice house. So why do you want to Lance Duffy up your beer fridge?
Oh.
I mean,
Oh, my God.
Yeah, you're becoming your dad.
It's a Lance lock.
He's-
No, if we had a Lance lock, he would have never
he
left.
had his own stash of things nobody could touch.
It's
yeah, I
beer.
just imagine I could have just imagined that you've done this on the quiet and moved it somewhere else.
Well, no, I
And
can't
then-
move a whole fridge. So the other thing was I got a lot of people, and they're writing me now on Instagram, why not just take the beer out of the fridge? There were like 50 cans of beer in there. I don't have anywhere to keep them cold, and I'm not skunking out this beer. I'm not skunking it.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Look what you've become, man. Now you're going to be wearing flashy suits and spiking your hair. How's that going to look chasing down 3-year-olds down the street? Come on. You are really setting yourself up for failure.
Thanks, man.
I'm disappointed in you.
I'm sorry.
Ooh,
I'm sorry.
disappointed.
Sorry, Jeremy. Thanks, buddy.
Hashtag disappointed.
I wonder how many parents would leave this open and on display on purpose because
Oh,
it's
bait.
almost like they want to see whether or not
Or
their
test.
kid or their friends would take one.
Okay, if it was
You
just
know?
if it was just my kids, I
Like
get where you're coming with
yeah.
that. My biggest fear,
Yeah.
and as a parent, and I say this sincerely, 252 WCMF, is that something happens with another kid at my house.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
the danger.
Yeah.
But not even like where the kid gets hurt, where the parent comes and goes like, I trusted you with my child,
Yeah.
and you let me down. I don't want to let down any other parents.
I understand.
I know you don't, because
No.
you're running your effing mouth. You don't get it, man.
That's why you're gonna put that big lock on it.
I had asked you guys,
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't you always assume that your kids are going to be as bad as you were?
Yeah, but you were sneaky though. Like
Yes.
you would not have been dumb enough to take it straight from the fridge.
Oh, no, my dad had so much beer, just like I had so much beer. And look, I could sit and count the beers, right?
Yeah.
But there's a ton of beer in this fridge because I have friends over to watch like sporting events and
Yeah,
stuff, right? I have friends, unlike you. So I'll be honest with you. I don't know if I would have noticed anything missing. There's a wide variety of different beers in there.
I have
How
all
big is
sorts
this
of
thing?
beers.
It's like a mini fridge,
All right.
but I got like 50 beers in there.
Yeah.
It's very efficient.
I hear you're doing pretty well.
Well, yeah, I got a 50 beer job.
Yeah.
What can I say? We got Instagram messages coming in. Duffy on WCMF is the easiest way to get us. Adam writes, I'm with you, Duffy. I always consider myself a cool dad with all the kids. Like to come over. My son's graduating tomorrow. We're not allowing alcohol at his grad party because nowadays parents are easily butthurt and, God forbid, an accident happens. Okay, that took a weird turn. I don't want to know the S-storm I'm going to get from other parents and possible legal action. Every time we bring up parents allowing kids to drink, you call them idiots.
Yeah, you should not do that.
So what am I doing then?
You're going too far.
So what would have been the appropriate reaction?
I'll just explain it to him.
Hey, listen. I know we had a lot of fun back there, but this alcohol is for people that are 21 years or older.
He's one step away from checking everybody's backpack when they arrive at his house.
Yeah.
Because I knew a parent that did that too.
Okay,
Could you bring it into my house?
Yeah.
I'm also okay with that move.
I want to see if there's narcotics in that book bag.
Sleeping bag check.
Are you making fun of me for not wanting kids to bring...
I don't want little Sally pill popper over my house.
Claire writes us,
Yeah.
and it looks like she's going to be on Kimmy's side. She looks to be around Kimmy's age, and I know Kimmy's old now, so I don't mean that as any disrespect to you, Claire. Mm-hmm. Oh, she says she's 22. It's a 22-year-old who remembers being in parents' basements.
That was insulting to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I regret what I said. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Claire.
Sorry, Claire.
As a 22-year-old who remembers being in a parent's basement underage and a locked fridge, it was weird. The fact that it's glass front, you can see the alcohol,
Yes.
makes it not weird. Okay, what do you want from me, man?
Here's a tease. Don't touch it.
It's not a tease. They're
This is a
14 and 15. No,
I-
you know what this is?
What's that?
You know what this is? You think that you leaving the beer fridge open would make you cool. That's what this
I
is.
don't think it's about being cool.
Oh, no,
think
and I
it's
can
the
know.
shock of seeing a lock on a fridge.
Are you
Yes.
not looking at his face? Because he knows he's getting pinned down here. And I'll explain why, Kimmy. Let's go back to a story Tommy's told us in the past.
Yeah.
Tommy's a really cool adult, man. Like, first of all, I know this guy who's in radio now,
Yeah.
who he used to buy drinks for when he was 15 years old at bars. But let's get past that story.
All right.
Okay.
Kimmy, you remember when his niece was looking for a place to go hang out with her
Sure do.
boyfriend?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had the apartment in Florida.
Yeah, and your niece was 18?
They were in high school.
Oh, so 17.
Yeah.
And not only did you allow your niece and her boyfriend to go have sex in your
I don't
apartment,
know what they did.
you supplied them with alcohol. You
Well,
left alcohol
there was-
behind.
I said-
okay. Hey, Kimmy.
By the way, they've been
you're on
married?
that guy's team.
They've been
You're-
married for 40 years.
And both of them huge
Yeah,
alcoholics.
but he's an uncle. He's not a parent.
Right. I don't count.
I'm not
Doesn't
saying
want-
what he did was great, but I mean, he's not the parent of that girl.
I assume that every kid is a bad kid. And I'm not judging them for being a bad kid.
Well, they had the ability.
Yes, I get it. I'm not saying like you're a bad kid. I mean like you have it in you to do bad things. And I am not going to be the one that allows those kids to get hurt.
I understand.
No, you don't. You
And
did.
you have locked it up and made sure of it. So my first, he ended up being my father-in-law.
Yeah.
He was lock it up guy.
Okay.
He had the booze, he had the beer, everything had a lock or a system to get into it, man. He was that guy. He walked around in red shorts with no underwear. I must have seen this guy.
See, no, I know what you're doing now. Now you're trying to make me sound like a
Yeah,
psycho.
He drank like
You're
5
painting
ounces.
a different picture.
He
here.
drank water glass sized martinis all day. He was a chain smoker and a pill popper. He threw his microwave oven in the swimming pool on purpose. This is the kind of guy you represent.
No, it's not.
Why did I have to know that he doesn't wear underwear? That
But-
is-
Because he's trying to make me look bad. That's what he's doing.
I saw the guy's nutsack. I saw his nutsack before I saw his daughter's vagina.
I would not say any of those things out loud.
We were kids, and it was South Florida.
All right, so another reason why I had to use the giant comically large lock
Yeah.
is something that Jason writes on Instagram.
I didn't even know they made those.
I had to go
I
find
know.
it.
For what? What are you locking up? Like a power
Yeah, is it
plant?
a multi-purpose lock
It
or
does-
specifically for
Yeah.
No, it wasn't for. Well, no,
refrigerators?
because I went thinking they would have like a refrigerator lock, like that
Yeah.
was specifically for that. They didn't at
Okay.
Lowe's. So Jason writes, "Why don't you just use a hasp lock?" See, the other problem is I don't know what that means.
Hass lock?
No idea.
HASP. So like I was not going to be able to like DIY anything. You know that I'm not handy. So the only way this was going to work was for me to put a giant chain around my fridge.
Oh, is it those locks that they put like on houses that are like when they have open houses?
Are you asking me about the hasp lock that I don't know?
Because there's like a lock on those doors. It just sits right on the door.
No, but the door just opens. There's no like hand.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
There's no way to just like put a lock over it.
yeah, you gotta chain her up.
I had no choice but to chain it up.
You look like those jamokes that are trying to steal ATMs with their trucks. You know, they chain it up
Pulling
and
it
they
out,
pull
yeah.
it right out of the wall.
Paul writes us on Instagram. Come on down to the Duffy house, down on Lame Street. Wow, 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 wow. He even wrote in parentheses, Bob Seger guitar sounds. All right, fine, whatever. You guys be dicks.
Hey, enjoy Squaresville, baby.
You let kids-
Population you.
No, go ahead and let kids get alcohol poisoning at your
Oh, my
house as
God.
teenagers. I had so many experiences watching friends puke all over
Bro-
floors and finished basements.
By
It
the way,
ain't going to happen.
They probably won't even like your dad beer selection.
Actually, I have everything. And that's the other problem with this, Kimmy,
Right.
and why I'm more concerned.
I have every dad beer there is.
Kimmy, you remember as a kid,
Yeah.
when you first started having beers at parties and stuff like that, you were forcing that beer down. You didn't like the
you
taste.
didn't like the taste of it.
Problem is, I have everything in that beer fridge. Like, I have several, like, Ruby Red Kolsch's, right? Like, I got a lot of fruity beer in there because my wife and my sister-in-law likes that stuff.
Yeah.
So, like, that's palatable to a kid now.
All right.
Yeah, but either way, they don't care.
That's what I mean. But no, like,
Better lock up that and the Tide pods.
Tide Pod
Pod-
Pods. Did you get into my locked beer fridge? Is that what just happened? What I'm saying is, like,
What?
you know, there's now a difference between a kid holding a beer and muscling it down to look cool and enjoying 7 Ruby Red Kolsch's because they don't know when they're supposed to stop drinking.
Yeah, you're gonna enjoy 7 beers either way.
And I think you're going to
yeah.
catch it before they down the 7th beer.
I would have been asleep all night. What am I going to do? I was out. I'm
You should
out.
sleep next to the fridge.
By the way, here's the other thing. I can't just.
My kids, I'll be sitting with my back against the wall,
No, that's the other.
watching these all night.
That's the other problem you have, you moron, that you don't think of.
Oh, call me whatever you want.
It's 5 girls.
Yeah.
Five
Yeah.
girls I'm not the father of. I can't just walk down into this basement at any time and be like, what are you doing down here? It's 5 girls
I understand.
sleeping.
Well, your wife could go down.
Okay, fine, yes, maybe. But even that is a little bit like,
No, a mom could go down.
I don't know. Let's say there's like a girl
Mom can do anything.
Let's say there's a girl changing and my wife walks down there. Like if there's
Wait,
boys,
did she spill a beer on her?
like if there were like, if I had a son
Yeah.
and there were 14-year-old boys down there and he's changing and I walk down there, I'm sure no father would want me to see his 14-year-old son's penis.
I don't think that's. I mean, you're a dad. He's
You do the dad announcement. Coming down.
Look at your penis.
Lock those penises up.
You should do that.
Comically large penis.
That's the
Jake.
lock you need.
All right, let's take
Chain that thing.
Shut up. Shut up. Lock it up. It was just a matter of time before this story showed up in our area.
Oh.
Because there is a town where people are coming out and screaming, do not get rid of this.
Oh.
It's going to make our town less safe.
Oh, no.
We need emergency services, but it looks like at least now they might not have a say. And if you need to save a fire department
Yeah, what do you do?
without raising taxes,
That's impossible.
no, you got to think outside the box, buddy.
Okay, so you need money for your fire department.
Yes.
And you don't want to raise your taxes.
Uh-huh.
What is your plan to get money?
I have an idea,
Okay.
and it might be a genius idea. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Something is happening on the east side of town.
What happened?
Something these townspeople don't like.
Oh.
And it was just a matter of time before this affected a town in our area, right? Their own personal emergency workers might be going away. And these townspeople don't even want to hear what is being considered.
Yeah.
So, if they were to stay, what has to be done to keep people in the town of Victor feeling as safe as they do now?
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45, an iconic get-together from two major American brands that a lot of people were anticipating
Yeah.
is over before it started.
Wait, it's canceled?
Yes, and I don't think it would have worked anyway.
Is it like a summer thing?
It sounds like it was going to be a forever thing, at least for a long time thing.
Really?
We'll tell you what it is and why it's not happening. Just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. The Fishers Fire Department covers the town of Victor along with some other areas.
Okay.
Right? I'm not entirely sure where Fishers is.
It's this
It's a
tiny
road.
little spot, like wedged in the middle of like Victor. I want to say like Pittsford or Mendon or something. And yeah, it's like this. It's weird that it's its own separate thing to me.
Okay. Well, the Fishers Fire Department could be going away.
Oh, no.
This week. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
By God. This week, a packed Victor Town board meeting heard arguments after officials in the area voted to explore dismantling the fire department.
So does that fire department serve Victor?
Yes, it
Okay.
does.
So Victor doesn't have its own.
No, it sounds like, at least according to the story, Fishers takes care of
Okay.
Victor. Now, the folks who are looking to dismantle the department say they're not financially stable.
So it's going broke.
Yeah, and it's not surprising. Fire departments, ambulance companies across New York State are all dealing with similar issues involving funding and volunteers. And despite the fact that this could be a legitimate issue, having to get rid of this, the people in Victor do not like it.
Why?
Folks at the emergency meeting say the community would be less safe using another fire department
Sure.
to cover the
The
area.
response time.
They say that department covers over 13,000 calls a year, which is almost 5 a day. It's a lot of calls. And
Yeah.
there have been other little towns in the state who lost fire departments or their own personal ambulance services. The ambulance services happened here, where wait times for emergencies have increased
Yeah.
and people have not been getting the care they needed immediately. There was going to be a public hearing in July, but the story last night said this whole thing could happen fast, that the fire department could be dissolved by August. Now, what we don't know from this story
Yeah.
is how much money would be needed to keep the department functioning or how you would get that money.
Yeah.
Now, your easiest solution would be,
You're going to have to raise your property taxes
yes, and we've talked about this a
to
lot.
save your property. See, that's how that works.
Look, man, I agree with you. I agree with you. The only way to have enough firefighters and to pay for what you need
Costs money, man.
is to raise taxes. But you know what happens when you try to raise taxes.
Everybody screams bloody murder.
You got it. So maybe we need to start thinking out of the box.
What?
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Here is the job.
Okay.
You can't raise taxes,
All right.
but you need to come up with major funds to bring in enough money to save
A
your fire
sponsorship.
department. You got it.
So to speak.
Yeah. What do you do out of the box only? Because sometimes out of the box is crazy enough to work.
Like I know they have these fireman carnivals and all that stuff every year to raise money.
Yep.
But how much can they raise legitimately to support a fire department for a year?
Okay, that's a good question. Because like Spencerport, for example, does their Spencerman's Fireport Carnival, or Fire Department Carnival. So does Hilton.
All right, here you go. So you had the festival, the carnival,
Yeah.
and every beer
Okay.
is $38.
No, I mean, that's a good question.
And you get as drunk as you want.
If you overcharge for beer, but the people buying the beer knew it was going to the fire department, do you think people would rally and get together?
Okay,
don't
well,
know.
you're helping your cause.
Okay. But I still feel like that's small potatoes.
What about sponsorship?
That's where I'm going.
Oh.
I have an idea.
Right.
Sell business ads on the fire truck.
Okay, we may come to that.
It would be the most attention-grabbing ad in the history
Yeah,
of the world.
who doesn't stop to watch a fire truck drive by?
Bingo.
But you have to anyway.
And think of what an insurance company would pay to have their logo emblazoned on the side of a red, screaming siren truck flying down the middle of the road.
Okay.
Do companies, though, because I mean, they do, those fire trucks do show up to emergencies. Like, do you want your ad in front of a potential tragedy?
If I'm Geico, if I'm Allstate,
Yeah. There you go.
yeah, I do.
This could be you.
Well, I mean, but seriously,
Fire.
think about this, man. If I'm watching my
Yeah,
neighbor's
it's a
house ablaze
reminder.
and that gecko's staring at me,
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Not to mention, forget the emergencies. You know, Kimmy, these fire departments, they go to community events. They bring the trucks.
Sure.
It's a free advertisement at every
But you
community
bet,
event.
local business could invest.
Yeah, okay, also that.
Right.
I don't see why that would be would there be anybody against selling advertising on the fire truck?
Like you would sponsor the whole damn thing.
Yeah. Because I get you couldn't do it
Like a
with
NASCAR.
Yeah. I get you couldn't do it with cops because paying them it looks like you're trying to curry favor. Like that looks bad.
Yeah.
But what would be the problem with doing this with the fire department?
Well, is there a conflict of interest there?
Where?
If that company that's sponsoring you wants things done a certain way, for whatever reason they start to want to get involved in it, would
How-
that be?
For example, give me an example.
I get a little free extra hosing.
I want more water. More water on my house.
Yeah, give me the good extinguisher.
I need
I
my
don't
grass
know.
is
I mean,
dry.
I feel like they would have a say potentially in how things are run, good or bad.
Well, no, I mean, like for example, Highmark sponsors the Bill Stadium.
Yeah, but they're not responding to emergencies.
I understand. Well, I would argue that drought for 17 years was an emergency, but that's a whole other argument. No, I mean, you see how there are other examples of naming rights being sold
Yeah.
where that company is completely.
How about like one of these sports books?
The Fishers Fire Department brought to you by FanDuel.
Yeah. Bet you didn't see that fire coming.
I mean, I'm dead ass serious because if you don't want to raise taxes, you got to find money another way. And the most American way to put money in your pocket
That's true.
is to sell
Sell,
space.
sell.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. In theory, you could sell everything. Sell the naming rights to the firehouse like you do the stadium. Fisher Fire Department brought to you by Applebee's.
Yeah.
And think of the amount of national businesses that would want you to think they care about the community. And I use Applebee's for a reason. When you walk into any Applebee's in America, they hang up pictures of like local sports teams.
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, yeah.
And
very
like
involved.
local, because like it's a national multi-billion-dollar soulless business.
Yeah.
But they want you to think like you're in grandma's house
Yep.
when you walk in there.
We're involved with the community.
I am telling you, man, these companies that want you to think they care about you would give these fire departments money to be the Applebee's firehouse for the Fishers Fire Department.
All right, let's do
wonder-
it.
I'm serious.
I wonder though how much money it would take to sponsor that. And if they only want to do it for a year or two, then you're constantly though trying to find the next sponsor.
Understood.
But if the money keeps coming in,
Yeah.
who cares?
And here's the thing. If, let's say you do it for a year and it doesn't work, you're back in the same spot you were before.
Yeah.
It doesn't make much of a difference. 252 WCMF, the Fishers Fire Department out in the Victor area looks like it could be dismantled. It was part of a meeting held in Victor, packed town meeting earlier this week. They said that if this decision gets made, the department could be folded by August. They were trying to come up with ways outside of raising taxes.
Okay.
So we are getting some tweets that say Victor does have its own fire department.
So then why were people in Victor upset about Fishers?
I
Is it the
don't-
village
maybe
of
they
Victor
still
versus the
need-
town?
Could be.
Yeah, maybe they
Could be.
still need the help. I don't know. But they just want to throw that out there.
I mean, seriously, give me one good reason why this would not work.
No, I would do it with school buses too,
That's also, look, I'm fine with that.
because they're all over the place. They're rolling signs.
In all seriousness, why could you not sell advertising?
Sell it all, baby.
Well, look, I mean,
I'm for it because look, man, if you don't want to raise taxes, what else? You need money, right?
Yeah,
What
and-
else can you do?
and here's the thing. It's not like schools are already like clean of advertising. All of those
Every
vending
sports things, right?
Well, no, I'm saying even in your kid's schools right now, wherever your kid goes to high school, those vending machines
Yeah.
inside the high school, they're contracted.
Yeah, doesn't Wegmans have one in there?
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
What I mean was when I was in high school, it was soda companies. So
Yeah.
your school
So
would
they're
be
vending machines, yeah.
the school would be a Pepsi company or a Coca-Cola
Yeah.
company, and that company would give them money for the rights to sell stuff in the. It's already happening.
Yeah.
So why not make it work for you more?
I'm for it.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Diane. Hello, Diane.
Hello, how are you?
Good. What do you got for us?
So I'm a traveler working here in Rochester. I listen to you guys all the time. Love your show.
Oh, love
but
you.
I'm from Nashville.
Really?
And so our firefighters do a calendar
Okay,
to
so
help raise money.
you're thinking a sexy calendar.
Yes, because like for the women's show that comes once a year to Nashville, the firefighters will actually put on like a little striptease contest.
Okay, so you want to see the penises of the firefighters to save the fire.
Not,
You kind of, I mean, look, you can
that.
say you don't want to say it, but you kind of want to say it. I mean, all right.
They don't completely strip, but they do show the arms and the chest, and you know they're pretty buffed up, and so they make calendars and sell them every year.
Buffed up.
Buffed up good.
All right, so Diane, here's the thing. So Kimmy's husband is a firefighter.
Yes, he is.
Kimmy's
Kansas
husband.
City, yep.
Kimmy's husband was in the sexy firefighter calendar last year.
Yeah.
And because he was in it,
cool.
it sold so few copies they won't do it anymore.
No, but they did that for charity. And I don't know if you could make enough on that here. I mean, I get in
You gotta
Nashville
show more.
probably. But I don't know if you could do that here with a smaller fire department, how much you would be able to raise.
All right, I'm going to ask you a question. Diane, thanks for the
Yeah.
call. Enjoy your time here in Rochester.
Thank you.
Bye. All right, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Kimmy, they're going to do a full nude.
Full nude.
Bear dong.
Bear Dong. That's what it's called.
Bear dong.
Bear Dong Fire Department brought to you by Applebee's.
Yeah.
Your husband comes to you and goes, listen,
Yeah.
the only way we're going to save the fire department is if I hang brain in this calendar.
Yeah.
Would you have a problem
I
with that?
know. If you wanted to do that, if you felt comfortable
Well,
doing
she's never
that,
looked at it.
She opens it up. Wow.
you go for it.
Wait, so you would have no problem with every woman in Rochester seeing your husband's penis
No.
to save the fire
If
department?
he wanted to do it, go ahead.
Sounds like one of the worst 1950s like homie movies. We're gonna save the fire department. Show me your penis. We were talking about which businesses would sponsor.
Yeah.
You had brought up Applebee's.
Yeah.
Mark writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. This fire brought to you by Applebee's because you ain't eating at home tonight. I got another serious idea.
Go ahead.
You ready for this? Because I think this would legitimately work to raise the funds that would necessitate hiring firefighters having the
Yeah.
money. Fantasy Fireman's Camp.
Oh, okay. So you pay money to go train to be a fireman.
Yep, charge guys a few $100 for an overnight experience. You could dress them up, let them use the hose, let them drive the truck, take them to that fake building where they have,
the controlled burn.
So the sports fantasy camps have become a booming business. The Yankees do one. Notre Dame does one. The U.S. Olympic team does one up in Lake Placid for hockey. Guys spend $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 to experience this stuff. Every guy at some point in his life wanted to be a firefighter.
Yeah.
Fireman's Fantasy Camp
Okay.
would make money. I'm telling you.
All right. That'd be fun.
The liability would be through the roof.
Yes.
Yeah, you could sign some waivers though.
It would look bad, though, if the Fishers Fire Department, brought to you by Applebee's, had a 400-pound guy have a heart attack trying to spray the hose.
That would also be a problem.
Right?
Yeah, fair
a
enough.
little bit.
Christine writes us on Instagram, Duffy, it will cost more to keep changing the logo on the fire truck if that sponsor decides to end their sponsorship. I don't think you know how sponsorships work, Christine.
Yeah.
I think we'll be okay.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Barber. Hey, Barber, how are you, buddy?
Morning, guys. There's some states, especially like down in Tennessee, they have fire department subscription services where you pay a yearly fee to get fire service, and like when you call 911, they look before they come out to see if you've paid up or not.
That's wild.
Are
And
you
what they can
sure?
I've never heard of that.
Yes, especially Shelby County. It was a big news story about this where a guy's house was on fire. The fire department came out. He wasn't paid up. What they will do though is they can bill you, but they did, but the rate is like, they had to say we want $5,000 to put the fire out, and he didn't have it. And what the fire department did instead, his neighbors on either side had already paid up. They hosed down their homes to prevent the fire.
Wait, and let his house burn?
He's not wrong. So in
Yep.
some areas, particularly in rural areas, there are subscription-based fire departments.
Okay.
That
So-
doesn't sound like a good idea.
No, not at all.
Because I still don't want to, even if my house isn't on fire, I don't want to live next door to the house that is on
It says
fire.
they may charge for services like false alarms or non-emergency assistance.
Okay. So,
like $50 to bring the cat down out of the tree.
all right. So if you don't want to get to the spot that Barbara is
Pay
describing,
per
Yeah.
visit.
we got to figure something out here.
Yes.
Penis firefighters.
Start
Barbara,
peeling, boys.
thanks for the call, buddy.
We're going to save the old fire hall.
Ben writes us on Instagram. Again, we're talking about the Fishers Fire Department out in the Victor area, potentially dissolving
Yeah.
by August. The town doesn't want it, but nobody wants to pay more taxes. So we're trying to think of out-of-the-box idea to raise fire revenue. By the way, any fire departments listening, we're happy to come consult with you.
Yeah.
We only charge a very small, large fee. Ben writes us on Instagram. Put Tommy's face on the back of the fire truck with a WCMF sign below it, and people will stay back 1,000 feet.
Good stuff, Ben.
These shorts are Pacamoni.
Portofino.
Yeah, that's what I said.
What did you say? Pacamoni?
Pacaphonia.
Pacamonia.
One of my favorite Def Leppard albums. Or was that The Who? It was a combination of Hysteria, Quadrophenia, Pacamonia, and Pikachu. What are your shorts?
Portofino.
Portofino.
Yeah, white Portofino.
One of my favorite mushrooms.
Actually, cream.
One of my favorite mushrooms also. Let's take a break.
It's Portobello.
Shut up. I love how it took you 10 seconds. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
That's not right.
What mushroom is that? It was supposed to be a marriage between two iconic national American businesses.
Yeah.
You would now be able to get this inside of this, and it was going to benefit both companies big time. And before the marriage could even be consummated, it's over.
Wow.
And we'll get into it, tell you who they were and why it's dead next in the break room on CMF. Two iconic American brands.
Yeah.
Major businesses that both need help.
Oh.
And they thought they could help each other out.
Yeah.
And on paper, this sounds like a grand idea. Unfortunately, this didn't even get to the starting line.
So they couldn't even pull it off?
No, they couldn't. And I think it's probably for the best because I don't know if this actually would have worked.
Oh.
In fact, it would have created even more monstrosities than what you can get at this place to begin with. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, a couple of months ago, it was announced that McDonald's had signed a deal with Krispy Kreme.
The donut.
You got it.
Okay.
And the plan was Krispy Kreme was going to sell donuts inside McDonald's nationally.
Damn.
The idea being McDonald's was trying to keep up with the Dunkin' Donuts, the Tim Hortons, the whatever, having sweet breakfast options other than like the apple pie.
Yeah.
Right? So this has been going on now for a couple of months. It was supposed to be rolled out in early May. It was then pushed back. And yesterday it was announced the deal has been called off.
Why?
Essentially, both companies said there was no way for Krispy Kreme to make the money that would have made it worth it.
Oh,
for
they
them.
couldn't make a profit. All right.
So if you were looking forward to going into McDonald's and getting yourself a Krispy Kreme donut, which, by the way, would have been the only way to get them here in Rochester.
Yeah, you're right.
Although they sell them at gas stations.
I think they have
sometimes.
them at like 7-Eleven, if I'm not mistaken.
But these would have been warm and ready to go.
Yeah, right.
It's not going to happen
man.
anymore. And this is probably a good thing.
I'm surprised they didn't think that would work.
I'm surprised they wanted to do it in the first place
Really?
because, well, look, there are communities where both Krispy Kreme and McDonald's exist in the same sphere.
Yeah.
So if I want the donut, I'm hurting, but I guess you're still selling the donut from McDonald's.
Yeah, you're still making the money.
Yeah, but maybe not as much. I don't know.
Do you think though you would have sold a lot of donuts? Like if I'm going to McDonald's for breakfast, am I looking for that sweet option, or am I looking for my normal?
Well,
like,
you're getting your
breakfast
coffee
sandwich,
and
or-
stuff like that.
Okay, yeah, donut with a
Okay.
coffee. You have that option. I will say this. There are times where I will pass on McDonald's
Yeah.
for breakfast because I want a sandwich and something sweet.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not an apple pie in the morning guy.
All right.
So I'll go to like Dunkin' so I can get my muffin.
Yeah.
Or like Tim Hortons or something like that.
And McDonald's has good coffee.
I don't drink coffee.
They do. They
Well,
do
I was a
good
huge coffee drinker
Yeah.
on the road, and you couldn't find coffee anywhere back in the day, right? But you always
Yeah,
knew
they
it-
hadn't even invented it yet.
Bro, there was no Dunkins out there. There was no
drive-through,
Starbucks.
especially. Yeah.
So, and it was always fresh because they sell so goddamn much of it.
Okay.
So it ain't sitting there. So I always knew I could get a good cup cheap.
But I think the reason why this shutting down is best for America.
Yeah?
There are like secret menus that people will order off of at McDonald's. And we've talked about this before.
Yeah.
Like my brother used to make the McGangbang Deluxe.
Yeah.
So you would take a double cheeseburger.
Thank God it didn't affect them.
You take a double cheeseburger.
You shouldn't be able to do this.
You fold it in half.
Yeah.
You take a full McChicken. You put it in the middle. You put the patties back on. There's your McGangbang.
There's your heart attack.
There was also the McSurf and Turf Deluxe.
Oh.
Which is where you get a filet of fish sandwich, a
Yeah.
chicken sandwich, and a cheeseburger. You put all that together.
I don't
It
want.
doesn't even sound good.
Yeah,
Who's that?
that fish doesn't sound
Yeah.
good. To me.
Surprisingly good.
Okay.
But here's my concern.
What?
Had you started adding Krispy Kreme donuts to McDonald's, it was only a matter of time before people were going to take McDonald's hamburgers and then use the Krispy Kreme donuts as the bun.
Well, yeah, but you said that's delicious.
No, here's the thing. It's carnival food. It is delicious. There should be a barrier to
Yeah.
entry.
That shouldn't be a regular
Exactly.
line.
The donut burger.
Yeah.
Be in your regular lineup.
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to go through a drive-through and get 2 donuts with a piece of meat in the
Yeah.
middle and then all the condiments.
Yes.
Because, like, think of how delicious a Krispy
it
Kreme
is.
Big Mac would have been.
It would be unbelievably delicious.
All right, let's just figure this out. Kimmy, can you Google the calories for a Big Mac and the calories for a Krispy Kreme donut?
I'm guessing a Big Mac's got to be 700-800.
You think it's that much?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, but you always overshoot everything. You said a chicken wing was 200 calories.
No, I said it was 500.
500 calories.
Approximately 550 calories.
Okay, so
550.
550
That's
on
not
the Big
really
Mac.
that bad.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
All right.
I mean, the size isn't all that big,
Yeah, true.
right? And I mean, it's
All
not,
right.
there's, I don't know.
Now throw a donut on.
Okay, well,
Two
no.
donuts.
We're throwing 2 donuts, so give me 1 donut. So right now,
I'm going to say one donut's 300 calories.
there's no way it's 300
got a lot of
calories.
sugar,
I
bro.
understand, but calories doesn't
And
necessarily
the glaze.
mean sugar,
You gotta
man.
glaze.
The calorie content of a Krispy Kreme original glazed donut is approximately 190 calories.
Damn,
Okay, so
that's low.
that's 400.
Why am I on a diet?
That would be $1,000 calorie hamburger.
But what a goddamn meal.
But then that would also be fries on the side, soda on the
Yeah,
side, right?
hash brown,
Yeah.
whatever extra you're getting.
And like we're not even into like the grams of fat area where I'm sure
Yeah,
that's
don't
going to be
like-
the one that hurts you.
Okay.
Right? So like, yes, man. I know we've been making strides in health in America
Yeah.
the last couple of years. Like we're starting to live longer again, right? This would immediately reverse that trend.
Oh.
being able to put Krispy Kreme donuts as buns on your hamburger.
Yeah.
Keep your donuts out of McDonald's.
Yes. 252 WCMF. I mean, I think there's a reason why, like Dunkin', for example.
Yeah.
As we talk about McDonald's, Krispy Kreme, they had signed a deal to combine, sell Krispy Kreme donuts out of McDonald's stores. It was supposed to start in May. It was delayed. It has now been canceled because Krispy Kreme does not believe they can make the money necessary. I believe that's why places like Dunkin' don't sell lunch.
Oh.
Do they sell lunch?
Yeah. Well, they
You can
started
get
to. They
it.
started doing the sandwiches.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
But for
I'm
a long
sorry,
time, they
I don't mean
didn't.
lunch. I mean burgers.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Like-
No, they don't do burgers.
Yeah, there's nothing like you can buy at like a Tim Hortons where you could take the donuts and make it
Yeah.
its own sandwich because you don't want to put like deli meat on a
I mean,
donut.
I guess you could do that with the breakfast sandwich.
Yeah.
But you're already having the muffin or
Right.
the donut with the
Yeah,
breakfast
true.
sandwich. So what's
Same
the
thing, I
difference,
guess, yeah.
right? I'm just saying.
Hmm.
Got to look out for each other.
Okay.
And don't let friends outside of carnivals eat donut burgers.
Time and place.
Exactly. It would be like getting a whole fried pickle on a stick somewhere.
But like,
That
don't
sounds
they do
great.
weird stuff to like the McDonald's in Europe? Like they.
Well, they have like different menu options. Yeah.
But I mean, but they serve. I think do they serve beer?
In Germany, yeah, I think the
And
U.S.
wine.
The U.S. and one other small country, the only countries where you can't get beer from
Yeah.
McDonald's. Although I didn't see beer at the McDonald's when we were in England.
Oh, you didn't.
You asked.
Well, when I did my extensive travel, I wanted to get a little bit of the beer. Went for a pint and a Big Mac with my mates.
You've never been to Europe?
No, been in New England.
Yeah.
Plenty of New England to see here.
Erica writes, can't McDonald's just make their own donuts? I guess
I was thinking of that. Yeah, the McDonut, but that might flop.
I mean, like
They
McDonald's.
don't have a good track record of new items. They
Yeah.
do really good on the original items.
Well, I mean, that's not necessarily true because everyone remembers the McPizza, the McSpaghetti, the McBLT.
Yeah.
Like, those are famous flops. But at what point the Big Mac was new?
Well,
at one point the filet of fish was new?
I would say their last good one was the quarter pounder.
Double quarter pounder.
Well, the quarter pounder in general.
Nope, totally different sandwich. It's like a quarter pounder.
Wait, this is a double quarter pounder?
Yeah, that's what you get unless you're a puss.
Why don't they call it the half pound?
Well, because then you don't
Yeah,
know what
that's
you're
a good
getting.
point.
Shut up.
Or the close to a pound?
You know what's funny? That's my go-to is this double quarter pounder with
Yeah.
cheese. I've never even considered why they don't call it the half
Just
pound.
give me a half pounder.
Well, no, because that sounds dirty.
Yeah, they take you around back. Well, you just said it sounded dirty.
No, you didn't have to continue. We all understood what was happening. I didn't even be
No, they're
sodomized
just- you just-
behind a McDonald's.
I wasn't saying sodomite.
What are they doing around back?
Making your burger.
This is where we make the half
Hey,
pounders.
come on back here.
Behind. Let's take a break.
All right.
Everyone's looking for affordable things to do.
Yeah.
And New York has been pushing hard folks to enjoy the outdoors here.
Yeah, get out.
And it's working. It might actually be working so
What,
well.
we doing too much?
Well, Tommy, here's the thing, man. Like every once in a while in the past, we would see a story like these
Yeah.
pop up, and everyone's usually okay and it's funny. We have all of a sudden been blasted with these stories of people doing this outdoor activity that wasn't the most popular thing in the greater Rochester area in the past.
Yeah.
And either this has always been happening, and now we're just finding out about it, or this is a case of people the state tried to get out, encouraged to do this, maybe being it's a little too big for their britches.
So we're getting slammed now?
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. There's been a major effort by New York State in the last, 10 years
Yeah.
to get people outside,
Get off your ass.
yeah, enjoying the gems of New York nature. And here's the thing, it's worked.
Yeah.
Younger people are hunting. More folks are fishing. But the biggest boom we've seen outdoors,
What? Accidents?
hikers.
Oh, yeah.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
That's what makes this story even more alarming because you bring up accidents. There are two reasons why we could be seeing more accidents. And neither of the reasons are good reasons.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 8:25, 8:30, we know someone who may have destroyed something super expensive and just left. And here's the thing. It was an accident.
Yeah.
It was an accident,
Yeah.
right? But it does kind of feel like maybe this person should have stayed around a little longer.
Oh, well, hey,
I don't know.
what if you don't know how to fix it?
Yeah.
What
They'll
help-
get to it.
What help are you going to be, really?
We'll get into it just after 8:30 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy,
Yeah, buddy.
hiking has become a trendy and affordable hobby in the state of New York.
You get your backpack and your power bars and you head on out.
Don't even need a backpack. Just need a bandana and a earth tone colored T-shirt.
Okay.
And you're out the door. Now, the pandemic probably had a lot to do with it. It gives you great social media stuff to impress your friends with.
Oh, yeah.
I'm on the side of a cliff. But most importantly, it is super cheap,
Yeah.
like free.
You just walk it.
You got it. It's the trifecta of what everyone recently has been looking
Yeah.
for, right? But
What?
there may be a dark side to this.
The dark side of hiking.
In the last 2 weeks,
Yep.
there have been an unbelievable amount of news stories of hikers getting really hurt.
Yeah.
So these reports come from the state DEC from just a week and a half long period in late May and early June. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
A 26-year-old broke her leg in multiple places hiking near the high peaks.
Okay. Maybe stay away from things that start with high.
They found her just before nightfall. To get her out, they had to carry her 3 miles.
3 miles in that
Wow.
kind of pain.
And at one point, they had to use what they call a backpack carrier so they could get her over 3 or 4 feet of water.
Jesus.
A 61-year-old fell down a 20-foot embankment while hiking, also broke his leg.
Yeah.
They had to float him to the other side of the bank of the river to get him an ambulance.
Like something you'd hear about in Vietnam.
A 72-year-old hiker got lost and was reported missing on June 7th. A search party took 4 hours to find him, and they were okay, thank God. A pair of hikers called 911 from the woods to report they had been stranded by rising water levels. Rangers had to hike into the woods to find them, get them safely across the brook, and then escort them out of where they were. Let's not forget we had that story 2 weeks ago of those 3 guys that went hiking, took mushrooms, dropped acid, whatever it was.
Yeah. Got a little lost.
Then they thought that their friend had died,
Yep.
called the police, said they had died. Turns out the guy was alive the
Good
whole
news.
time.
Good news.
And again, the stories we just read to you were only in a matter of a week.
Yeah.
All right, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Are these new hikers that we're hearing about getting hurt with the activity becoming more popular? Or is hiking always dangerous even to the people who have been hiking for a long time?
Like the pro hiker.
You got it. Because, Kimmy, in the past, we get the occasional this person fell down an embankment.
Yeah, getting a little too close to the cliff there.
But now every week, there are multiple stories of hikers getting hurt.
Taking a
hikers-
header.
Yes, and it kind of feels like, and
Getting bit.
I have nothing to back this up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does feel like, Tommy, these might be new hikers
They
that
probably are.
Okay.
Well, but
Or you're
some-
pushing it too far.
Yeah, I was gonna say some of them were a little bit older, so maybe you're pushing your limits.
But all of a sudden? We start seeing like a couple of older folks? Why weren't they getting hurt a couple of years ago?
Because they weren't being like influenced by people to go do this stuff.
Oh, you think these are older people that are now trying hiking?
Yeah,
Okay.
and in all these ads of when they're trying to sell people my age stuff, get out there and do it, man. Come on. I'm 73, still out there doing it, man. They got to keep up with me. Now I'm impaled on a tree.
Not funny. Like, Tommy, when they sell you on hiking,
Yeah.
they don't really say you need to know anything about
But they always make it look fun.
Well, I mean, look,
They're not sweaty. They're not dirty. They're all, at one point, you're standing and looking majestically at this mountain and valley below you with you and your wife and for some reason, the dog shows
oh, you got to
up.
bring the dog. You're
Yeah.
outside. Why would you not bring the dog?
Yeah.
But, like, to your point, like, the best part about it, you just go out and walk, man.
It's free, right?
You're touching grass, as the
And you're
kids
getting
would say.
you're getting good exercise.
You got it.
It's very strenuous.
But, like, that isn't really something that gets, like, brought up when they try and sell you on hiking. Like, it is strenuous, and it can be a little bit
And you
dangerous.
could get
Right.
bit, stung.
We don't even have bit stories here.
You know people getting bit and stung.
No, I know, but wait, bitten and a stunging?
Stung and a
and
bitten. That's just from your wife.
I think it is an activity everybody assumes that is easy to get
Mm-hmm.
into, like low risk, until you get to some of those maybe sketchy areas, or don't realize you should be paying attention to the way you came in. You know what I think, like, you just go into it blind without any plan or thought, and that's when you kind of find yourself in some difficult situations.
Have you started hiking more?
Me?
Yeah. Well,
We
you're like
did-
right
well,
in that wheelhouse of
we-
like, oh my God, I'm going hiking now.
No, I think like
Hey,
maybe-
check me out. I got a picture on Instagram. Oh my God.
my husband and I, like, during the pandemic, like, got out there a little bit, but not like intense nature, like city nature.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
where you're not far from anything really.
Understood. And maybe that's the other problem too, is folks don't understand, like when you're out in the middle of nowhere, you're literally out in the middle
Yeah,
of nowhere.
that's why they call it nowhere.
252 WCMF. There has been a boom in reports of hiking accidents in New York State. And I want to be clear. There is no data that says there is more. It's
Yeah.
just with us following the news, we have seen more of these stories, right? And maybe they were underreported before. But if that's not the case, are these additional stories from new hikers that don't know what they're doing, pushing themselves too far? Or are these folks that have been hikers the entire time? There are no new stories, and hiking is actually more dangerous than we thought.
I also wonder how much, like, if people have like a false sense of safety or safety net with their phone, but once they get out there, they don't realize their phone may not work.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, no, sir.
You know?
Okay, valid point. So I was reading something the other day,
Yeah.
like attached to these articles. So if you are lost on a hike
Yeah.
and your phone battery is dying and no one can get a hold of you, keep walking, change your voicemail to your location where you are and where you're walking. So even if it's dead, they can still try and find you.
Oh, so they can track the phone?
And the second that just like they know what, like you are speaking to them on your
Oh,
voicemail. This is
gotcha.
where I am going.
Oh, okay.
And when I heard that, I'm like, yeah, this is not for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll stay home.
Yeah, it's
I'll walk around the neighborhood.
a lot of work for me. How do the old school hikers feel about the influx of new
They gotta
hikers?
hate it.
Well, okay, you always say they gotta hate it.
Because they don't respect the trails like I do. When
Okay.
I'm on trail, I respect it.
First of all, they don't call it on trail.
Well, they do. They call it on trail.
Who says who?
I've never heard that.
Hikers.
On trail.
What hikers you know? You
hikers
don't
with-
know hiking.
I know some hikers. And they also get, it's the same dicks with those walking sticks. It's that old fart like that.
We can't assume that old hikers hate new hikers because, Kimmy, we've discovered that hunters are happily welcoming new hunters, that fishermen are happily welcoming new fishermen. I am curious with the hiking community, if you are someone that has done this for a while, because there's always been hikers around here,
Oh, yeah.
right? When you see folks out on the trail that you know are new, when you hear people that are talking about considering doing this, do you encourage them? Are you happy to see them, or does it frustrate you?
I think it crowds the joint. You don't want them.
You're also selfish.
Yes,
Well,
I
no,
am.
but to his point, you're probably a hiker because you enjoy
They're quiet.
the nature, the peace and quiet, the having time alone to yourself.
If I gotta hear
more
your
people.
goddamn jokes coming down the trail, or your big ass husband busting through timber, I'm getting scared and annoyed at the same time. Like you and her husband, I do not want to see on the trail
Why?
because I don't need loudmouth out there with his dime store jokes with this. No, your mom.
Is he telling jokes too? The birds.
I'm telling to your husband apparently while he's, quote, busting through timber.
He's got to sound like a pissed off elephant coming through the woods. You know, like I've seen in Jurassic Park where you haven't seen the actual dinosaur yet, but everything's getting destroyed.
Here's your-
Troy writes us on Instagram, Duffy at WCMF, the easiest way to get us. He says, hiking isn't dangerous. You just have more idiots thinking they're Indiana Jones out there taking selfies on the side of cliffs and with bears, trying to pick up raccoons and stuff. It isn't inexperienced. It's inexperienced people doing dumb stuff. Man!
Yeah, I mean, it has to be frustrating when you see people like messing with nature, doing stuff that you're not supposed to be doing.
Like
out
feeding
there.
animals.
Or like just, yeah, to your point, getting too close to things that you know is a dangerous move.
Okay. Can I ask a question, Kimmy? Do you think fashion and trends play into this at all, the increase in hikers? Because excuse me.
I don't know.
What's the
mean-
fashion?
There are two stores that have become very popular lately.
Yeah.
What's that?
REI is one of them. That's near
REI?
Costco. It's called REI.
It's got all the outdoorsy stuff.
You got it. And what's the Marshall's version of the outdoor store? There's
Sierra
one.
Trading
Sierra
Post?
Trading Post. Yes, Marshall's owns it.
Oh.
And they sell like outdoor clothes,
Oh, it's
outdoor
gotta be,
equipment,
yeah.
all that stuff. And you can go and get all kinds of cheap ass outerwear and boots and ponchos and long sleeve UV shirts that have all kinds of like nature sayings on them
Yeah.
with stick figures and stuff, right? And not only is the hiking free, it's getting more affordable to look the part because we as human beings, for some reason, if we try something new,
Yeah.
we really want to look like we've always done it,
Okay. Yeah.
right?
Yeah. You want to look the part.
Yeah, like when a guy goes out and gets a motorcycle, it's not enough to just have a Harley. You have to get a jacket that says Harley Davidson on the back.
You got to leather up.
Exactly. Right? Like you never start a new hobby. Like if all the people that went and started pickleball, you bought new outfits that made you look like you play pickleball.
Yeah,
It's the
okay.
stupidest thing ever. But I think there's also like a draw for people to think if I dress like someone who loves the outdoors, people
Yeah.
are going to come talk to me about it, and it's going to create this new social circle for me.
They could.
Maybe.
No?
I don't know because I don't know if people see because like hiking fashion hasn't changed all that much. So I don't know if you're doing it as a fashion statement
Okay.
so much.
All right. Maybe I'm wrong.
Girls look cute in hiking outfits. Guys look like they work for the county. Like I always think when I see a guy like that, oh, he's got to be a lineman or he's looking for a wire that's down somewhere.
What in your head does a girl's
Yeah.
hiking outfit look like?
It's usually like
A
this
girl's hiking
boots with,
outfit is
like high
cute.
socks.
Yeah,
and-
describe it to me.
They have like short shorts and they have like little tank tops. Yeah,
Are you describing the
Where-
porns where they have sex outside on a
Yes,
blanket?
it is.
yeah, that too. Well, they got to get those outfits from somewhere.
That's not what women hike
No,
in.
you gotta
Yes, they
layer
do.
up.
No, because you're gonna
So
get a
don't,
tick
like
bite.
ticks or
Well, then I got to
mosquitoes.
check you for ticks, darling. Happen to be a lineman for the county.
La 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 la. So if there are a whole bunch of new people getting into hiking,
Yeah.
and this is the reason why all of these injuries seem to be happening more, should there be like a mandated like hiking class before you get?
Well,
into
yeah, I
it?
got to take a class to take
You
a
need
walk.
a hiking license.
Well, look, I mean, I do
A
think.
walking license.
Hold on, hear
No.
me out. Hear me out.
Let them fall.
Let them fall.
Yes.
No, because then you're risking people's lives.
Yeah.
Rangers. To
I
go and have to get 'em.
guarantee you, if you ran this class, it would not reduce anything. Because the people that take that class ain't taking no chance.
Okay. People that take that class ain't taking.
You
no
know
chance.
I'm
But maybe
right.
the people that take the class get some tips to help the people that didn't take the class.
Well, like, even when you
Later
go,
on.
Kimmy, even when you go to like a park that has trails or like state park,
Yeah.
whatever, they aren't very clear about how hard it is. Because I know when you enter some of them, there'll be a sign that'll like list the level of hiker you are to try certain trails. But let's be real: if you have no experience hiking, you have no idea how green you actually are.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, because you just said hiking's just walking. I don't need it. Well, I got a story of 2 different people in 1 week that broke their leg
Yeah.
hiking. I love how you're like, here, maybe we should give people more information. No, information sucks. Who needs it? All right, let's take a break. Did he ever find out if he actually broke it?
Well, he did a drive-by to make sure it was still going.
Oh, he went back.
And turns out it was, so that's a good sign.
But in the moment, he thought he may have destroyed this thing.
Yeah. He
And-
thought he may have shut the place down for the day.
And
Damn.
he believed the appropriate response was
Yeah.
to leave as
Well, you
fast
gotta
as
get
he
out of the
could.
way.
Okay, all right. Accidents happen.
Yeah.
Right? But how you react to those accidents says more about you than the actual accident happened. And we'll get to it next here in the break room on CMF. But first. As the great philosopher Elvis Costello once said,
What do you say?
accidents will happen.
Oh.
But sometimes it's not about the accident. It's about how you react to the accident. The re-accident, if you will. Someone we know totally had this slip their mind. And they got the hell out of there before they could find out how bad things actually were.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, the Sterling Renaissance Festival returns for 7 fun-filled themed weekends. You can head to WCMF.com right now and enter for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Renaissance Festival, valid for 1-day admission during the 2025 season, courtesy of Empire Attractions. Now I will switch to my medieval voice.
That you think is medieval.
No, this is a medieval voice. Again, this has been 3-4 days now. You haven't been able to do
Wash
it.
your shirts, Governor.
Oh, yeah, I can't top
Fetch
that.
you a glass of beer.
I'm just going to do my regular voice now.
No, go ahead. Do it.
This all ages, family-friendly festival offers a 360-degree experience.
What happened to your mouth, Governor?
With amazing sights, sounds, authentic foods, and the feelings evoked with the shows. Saturdays and Sundays only, July 5th, August 17th.
Take your leg.
Skip the lines. Order your tickets online at sterlingfestival.com. So, Kimmy,
Yeah.
your husband, who we love dearly here on the show, ended up in a situation the other day.
He did. It was an accident.
Okay.
You know, he did not mean to do this.
Yeah.
But it was one of the nice days. I think it was Monday or Tuesday of this week. He got up early. He was like, I'm going to run some errands this morning before the weather gets hot.
Yeah.
And so he had a couple things on his list, but right around the corner from us is a car wash.
Oh,
So
where you
he's
get your hair done?
I think you already did that one.
Still got to laugh. New listeners all the time.
No, but her joke was better than your joke.
You're not laughing as hard.
So he's like, on my way. I'm going to stop and do this right up front.
Yeah.
Get a car wash. There wasn't a line. He's like, good. I'm good to go here. First through, seems like maybe for the day.
Nice.
So he's going through it. As he's midway through the car wash, he realizes that one of the errands he was going to run this day was returning a bag full of cans, a giant garbage bag full of cans that he had tossed into the bed of his truck.
Okay.
So I don't know at what point in the car wash they started flying around, but he was watching it in his rearview mirror. Cans just flying out of the back of his truck.
And he's in
all
the car wash.
directions.
He is in the car
Yeah.
wash.
Midway through the car wash, there's no turning back now.
Yeah.
no.
You're stuck.
So he's stuck. I don't even know. The bag may have been emptied out by the time he got out.
Yeah.
But you know how like they come and like they dry off your car, and he rolls down his window to one of the people that works there, and he goes, "Hey, just so you know, I didn't realize it, but the cans in my truck bed, they're all over the place.
All right,
they
give him
flew
the heads
out."
up.
And the person didn't even say anything to them, got white as a ghost, ran back towards the car wash and was like waving their hands, like almost like stop the
Shut her
car
down.
wash.
Stop the wash!
Shut her down.
So he's looking around. Everybody's running away from his truck, and he decides, okay, time for me to go.
And he left.
So he pulled out of the car wash and continued on with his day.
Okay.
So later in the day, this was after I got home from work, he's like, let's go do a drive-by. I got to see if the car wash got back up and running or not. And luckily it did.
Okay,
there was
good,
a car
good.
coming through, so it's all good. They whatever issue he caused seemed
All
to
right.
be resolved. But I think for a while he thought he broke the car wash.
Destroyed it.
Okay. So here's the thing. In
Yeah.
that moment where your husband tells this person who's drying his car,
Yeah.
hey, the cans fell out,
Yeah.
run away, everyone's
And you gave him the heads up.
He's already. We're not even at that point yet. Yeah, no, he's fine. We're done. Look, your husband Kimmy's at a rough spot there.
Yeah.
Because if he stays, it's not like there's anything he can do to help.
Right.
No one told him not to
And
leave.
he's like, I'm gonna get out of the way.
And by staying to see what happened, he could just be making things worse by getting in the way or annoying the
Sure.
hell out of the people. But on the other hand, Tommy,
Yeah.
you do look like you did something wrong by getting the hell out of there, don't you?
I don't care.
At least he
They
said
can think whatever
something.
they want. I'm sorry?
I was gonna say at least he said something instead of just drove away and didn't
I
say
agree.
anything.
You gave him a heads up, but here's the thing I'm afraid of.
What?
What if they stick me with a bill?
Well, but that would have been your fault.
I don't care. I ain't paying for your goddamn expensive car wash.
The one you broke with
By
your
no.
your negligence.
No. Negligent my ass. I ain't
I don't
paying.
know what you just said.
He said negligent my ass, I think.
What? Negligent my ass, I ain't paying.
Okay.
Know that. Put that on a side of a car. I ain't paying.
All right.
It could be 1,000. It could be 10 grand.
Yeah, no, I understand.
I
But
got no
like,
10 grand.
what if they need to take some kind of report, like an accident report for like the people who work there? What if you are responsible thanks to some small print somewhere?
Or like, what if the fear would be your car, the video of your car leaving ends up on the news because they're trying to find you.
Thank you. Or even worse than that.
Chase is on, baby.
Chase is on, man. But let's, the only thing worse than having to deal with that in the moment at that spot is getting a knock at your door from the cops later looking
They're
for
not.
you.
What are they going to call the car wash cops come to my house?
That would be the
I don't know
cops.
if you caused damage.
Yeah, I mean, like,
and didn't
right.
pay for it.
Yes, like you took off. Or even more embarrassing, like you said,
What if somebody got hurt?
let's say he goes back to that car wash and they remember him or they have him on camera and they go, sir, you can't come through here because you ran away when you got the can stuck
I'll
in
go
the
to
car
another
wash.
joint.
Okay.
I mean, unless somebody gets hurt, I don't even know if I'm sticking around for that.
For
man.
God's sakes, man. Well,
What?
I know you. You wouldn't have said anything up front in the first place.
No, I wouldn't. Like if I knew somebody got hurt back there, I'm peeling.
The phone number is 252-WCMF. How
Lawsuit.
long do you stay after you screw something up? Total accident, but something is...
broke something.
All right,
yeah.
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Perfect example. It's lower stakes, and this tells what kind of person you are.
Okay.
Tommy, let's say you're at Wegmans,
Yeah.
and you're looking for pasta sauce,
Yeah.
and you find the pasta sauce, you're like, ooh, and you got your little girl hands. So you drop the jar of pasta sauce on the floor, shatters, sauce everywhere.
All over my Portofino shorts.
All over your Portillo's shorts. You got to find someone tell.
Yeah.
Okay. When they find somebody, do you stay there until the guy with the mop starts working? Do you walk away when they start to mop? What do you do?
I would just go up front, like to the area, say, "Hey, man, I dropped that,"
Uh-huh.
and that's it. That's what I'm doing.
That's the end of it.
Yeah, they'll have Johnny on the.
Excuse me. Glad you're here to clean up my mess. Excuse me while I go about my day now.
Johnny Mops will be there in 2 seconds with the sign and everything else.
Kimmy, do you walk away from the guy mopping up your
What am I
mistake?
supposed to stand there?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't.
What are you doing?
I feel like it's more awkward if you stand there. And
He don't
watch
want you
him.
there.
I understand.
Missed a spot. I actually also got it over there.
Oh, yeah,
too.
little chuckle glass over there. You want to step in that?
Chuckle glass?
Chuckle glass.
You have no idea what chuckle glass is. All you get is boo glass. Boo! No, it feels so like this has happened to me before.
You stand there?
I always feel like now, not like have a straight on
What
conversation.
are you, buddies with the guy?
I will hang in the general
They
area.
don't want you there.
I understand, but I'll pretend I'm looking at other stuff. I don't want them to feel like, well, you're here now. Do your job, son.
But that's the job.
I understand, but it's
the
my
job.
fault.
You know what Wegmans wants me to do?
What's that?
Continue spending money, not standing there doing nothing. They want me to keep doing what I do, which is give them money.
It feels super disrespectful when you screw something up and someone has to fix your mistake for you to be like, okay, bye.
I mean, I may pass them again while I'm circling around, but I'm not hanging.
No, and I would judge somebody who did that, like walked away from the mop person.
Walk away from the mom like you're breaking up.
Well, no, but I mean, it makes them. What are you? They're your servant. Excuse me. Smash. Clean it up, sir.
They are my servant. They are there to serve me. That's everybody at Wegmans when I walk in that says Wegmans is there to serve me. That's the gig. So if I drop something, you clean it up because that's what you get paid to do. I'm over here trying to spend money that supports you.
Do you hear yourself right now? I pay your salary. I pay your salary.
I am a job creator. When I walk into that store, I am one of the 1% job creating, yacht loving, can't afford one, but watch it on TV people.
That makes you sound like such an obnoxious a-hole.
I thought the shirt said that.
Well, yeah, obviously. By the way, there are buttons on the side of the shirt for no reason. Is that in case you run out of other oddly shaped buttons?
So you can roll these up and then have like a shirt.
Nobody asked why the buttons were there. No. I pointed out the buttons were there. I did not say, please share with me, obnoxious East Side man, why you have odd placed buttons. 252 WCMF. Kimmy's husband going through the car wash the other day. He's got his pickup truck. He was going to run errands. First stop, car wash. Problem was, second stop was returning bottles and cans. He realizes in the car wash
They start flying around.
cans he sees out of the
Raining
back,
cans.
all into the car wash while it's going. He gets out there drying off his car. He rolls down his window, tells the person drying off his car, says, hey, listen, accident, cans in the car wash there. It flew out. The person says, turned totally white.
Yeah.
Starts sprinting back towards the car wash, waving their hands. He left.
Yeah.
He didn't hang out to see, but he felt guilty enough where he went back and looked later, which is also a tell that he should have stayed. He should have stayed.
Yeah, I'm not even going
obviously
back.
it bothered him enough that he had to know.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Colton. Hey, Colton. Hey, Colton.
Hey, I want to talk about the grocery store incident with the spaghetti sauce.
Yeah.
So I used to work at Hagedorn's back in the day when that was still up in Webster.
R.I.P. Hagedorn's.
And we had plenty of incidents where these people would drop milk or whatever, and it would leak all the way through the store, and we would always have to pick it up. So, you know, when you do that, at least tell someone, because I've had to take milk out throughout the whole store. I mean, I followed milk trails of people just having it leak out their can or their
That's why
jug.
Pat's mom was there?
Sorry, what?
He did the joke to you, you stupid bitch. That's what you get, you ugly ass, odd wearing button, ugly, stupid. Colt, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I also love the call from Colt. Breaking news: people spill stuff at the grocery store.
I had to clean it up.
People spill stuff all the time, guys. All the time. 252 WCMF. Let's hope Tom's a little bit better. Hey, Tom, how are you, buddy?
Hey, Duffy, Tommy, hey. So I'm in Wegmans probably about 10 years ago. I got my little 3-year-old daughter in there with me, and I got the yogurt in the cart. And I'm wheeling down I got the wife shopping list, and I'm wheeling down the aisle looking for the lemon juice.
Okay.
And reach over, and the lemon juice is up on the high shelf, right?
Okay.
Reach over, try to grab the lemon juice, kind of tipped it with my finger by accident. Lemon juice comes down like a guided missile into the top of the yogurt.
Oh, no.
Boom. Foil on the yogurt busts. Yogurt all over this lady who was probably 65 years old, right on her glasses. She could have used windshield wipers on her glasses.
You don't know what that looked like?
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
Talk about awkward, right?
Yeah?
Yeah, 'cause now you broke something and you
But she's
damaged
got
somebody's
protein all
things.
over her face.
And now the guy has to mop her face.
And it's a customer. It's not, you know, and so I kind of look at her, shrug my shoulders, and I says, sorry, thank God it's Wegmans. There's always somebody there.
Oh, yeah.
And Wegmans guy comes over, ma'am, here's paper towels or whatever, and I just kind of disappeared.
You monster! What, you just shrugged and said, I'm sorry, and
What
you
else
left?
can you do, though? He's got his kid.
Profusely
I got
apologize?
the kid with me.
Oh, God.
You know,
What, are you going to lick it off her face?
If she's into that kind of thing.
Right,
She may be.
right. No, it wasn't that kind of, you know, she wasn't that hot. She was, you know.
I hear you, buddy.
You did this. It's your fault,
I
Tommy.
ain't
Yeah,
licking
yeah.
no yogurt off of Fugly.
Exactly. It made a great story. I'll never forget. Never forget.
You know what the worst part is, Tom? She's dead. She was lactose intolerant. How you feel about yourself now?
That you know, it'd be par for the course for my day.
Tom, thanks for the call, buddy. How do you not stand there for 5 minutes and beg that woman
Because she's
for forgiveness?
embarrassed. She also doesn't want you sitting there looking at her
Yeah.
with her face covered in yogurt.
I would, I will.
What?
I know what.
That's where your brain goes? I have to now ignore her
She's
because she's
embarrassed.
embarrassed based on the thing that I did to her?
Right, but she's probably pissed and embarrassed. She's coated in yogurt.
I would much rather take out a complete aisle full of jarred items than spill on another customer.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
absolutely. I agree with you 100%. Connor writes us.
Corner after cold.
We are cold now. We got a corner. Connor writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. Most car washes have a disclaimer that for trucks, the bed must be empty or else you are liable for damage.
Yeah, there is that stuff about there. Yeah, you got to clean it all out.
What if you're, all right, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Kimmy, let's say your husband comes home
Okay.
and he's got a $7,000 bill from the car wash.
$7,000.
How does that conversation go?
I mean, we gotta pay it.
No,
So
you
I mean,
don't.
what am I gonna say?
No, you do have to pay it.
Yeah.
I would get a lawyer trying to fight it.
I don't know.
It's
I mean-
what you think? What?
Yeah, I got
so
no
spend
seven.
more money on a lawyer.
Who's got 7G? No,
Hello,
no.
lawyer Thomas Muley, lawman calling.
Get a low lawyer. There's low lawyers out there.
Yeah, then you're going to be responsible for $12,000 worth of damages. Nisa writes us on Instagram, as someone who worked for Wegmans, please don't stand around while we're trying to clean.
Thank you.
We are there to serve. Yeah, but Nisa, you don't know how cool I am. You want me around.
Oh, yeah.
I got all kinds of fun jokes and anecdotes to tell you, Nisa. You know, whatever the damage you caused thanks to your mistake is, there is this weird feeling we all have that may stem from like being a kid.
What's that?
You just need someone to tell you it's okay,
Okay.
right? Like, Kimmy, if that girl had looked at your husband, the person drying off
Yeah.
the car, and said, no problem, it's okay, and then he left,
Oh, he'd be fine.
exactly.
Yeah.
Right? I think the problem with this story is she didn't say it's okay. And when Tom calls up and has that mortifying moment that he
Yeah.
remembers from decades ago, it's because the old lady didn't say it's okay.
So you think it's how we were raised?
Yes.
Because, like, in my house, if you spilled something, they freaked out. They freaked out like crazy. Even if it was water. You're tripping now. You're doing, so like you were always like on edge. And I wonder if that's part of it too. Like, I just want to get out of here.
That's a good question. I mean, yeah, I hear you, buddy. Like, it's really annoying when like anything is dirty or amiss and someone wants to be like a dick about it.
Right.
Yeah.
Just be cool,
Thank
man.
God you broke that chain of trauma from your family down.
Thank you. And it took work, Pat. I had to work on myself.
252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. Jonathan's got the last word. Hey, Jonathan, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good. I know you guys just mentioned about the liability situation, but when you guys go into those car washes, there's like two people hosing your vehicle down. So was there not someone tall enough to see in the back of the bed that there was stuff there to say, hey, stop or do anything?
It's a pretty tall truck.
That's a good question. I don't know. You're right. You would think they would have seen it.
Look at Kimmy. Yeah, no, my husband's off the hook now.
Yep.
Off the
You're
hook.
right. You are right, Jonathan.
So, Jonathan, let me ask you. You're her husband. You forget the cans are back there. You tell him the cans are in the car wash. The girl takes off running. Are you staying or are you bailing?
I'm probably just going in and say, hey, do you guys need me? And then I'm going to bolt.
See, that's the right thing to do.
Do you need me?
Well, like to fill
Yeah,
out.
we need an extra pair of hands there. Thank God
Do
you
you
showed
need me
up.
to stick around?
Yeah, is there a report?
To do what?
Fill out a report,
I'll
something.
fill out a report on a bunch of floating cans.
That may have destroyed the car wash.
They can take their own goddamn report. We need an eyewitness to those cans.
Well, no, it was your car. And by
Were
the way,
they Pepsi or Coca-Cola?
there's only 73 other car washes in the greater Rochester area. If this one closes, right?
Right, we're shut down. We're screwed.
Jonathan, have a good day, buddy. Thanks for the call.
Stay clean, bye.
All right, there goes.
And that's always a guy's take. Well, they may have some questions I can answer for you.
Yes.
Yeah. Those are my cans there. Yeah.
I don't
Any
think you're
other
making-
can-related questions you need from me?
Look, we had a lot of fun back there, but now we're talking cans and reports. All right, let's take a break.
Okay.
Just after 9 o'clock, you're going to want to stay put because there is a Facebook message we have from a gentleman this week, and we're going to change his name. That's how uncomfortable it is. He got the offer of a lifetime from his girlfriend. The offer. No, bro, it is exactly. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Straight up.
Okay, maybe we're not on the same page, but it's definitely that kind of voice kind of thing. And he wants advice from you.
Oh, so it is that.
Which is why I don't know why he wants advice.
I'm the master blaster.
Oh.
Don't you dare use any Stevie Wonder songs to
Master
describe
Blaster.
you. Tell me to the break of dawn. We'll get to that just after 9. But before we get there, it turns out this thing that sounds obvious that you should not do while you're sleeping, you absolutely should not do while you're sleeping.
Oh.
And you know how I always get upset about like health influencers on Instagram?
Yeah.
This has been a massive one lately.
Oh.
Because duct tape is for holding things together, not for your face.
What?
We'll get into it next on CMF. who subscribe to this say has several health benefits: deeper sleep, better circulatory system, regulation of blah, 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 blah.
What about the screaming? Because it's going to hurt taking that bitch off.
They also claim if you are a snorer, that mouth taping completely wipes
Wouldn't
that
that just make you choke?
well, see,
Because
that's
at some point you're going to want to...
Because I thought that's why you snore, right?
Right.
You can't breathe.
so. It turns out now that they've done some studies
Yeah.
on mouth taping, it's a bad idea.
Okay.
So they say that all of the evidence that people have given that it helped them in ways is
Yeah.
only anecdotal, meaning they think it happened. And the scientists argue you can't be sure because you're sleeping when you taped your mouth shut.
Yes.
They also point out you shouldn't tape your mouth because if you were to get sick while you were sleeping, you're going to die.
Oh.
They specifically say if you have been drinking, do not tape your mouth shut for anything because if you throw up, there is nowhere for that throw up to go.
Oh.
You will choke on it. You will die. They also say that's an issue for obese people where some folks can just stop breathing, period, if their nose is not clear enough
Oh.
to breathe. Like just because you shut your mouth doesn't mean that the air is going to come out of your nose.
Okay.
So all of these things, the experts that have done these scientific studies are saying, if you are a mouth taper, stop, 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 stop.
If you're a mouth taper. But just think, you couldn't do that every night. You would have no skin on your lips.
Okay.
Well,
It would just appealing.
Well, they make specific mouth tape for it. You don't have to use duct tape. Like they make it probably for your skin, I would imagine.
Listen to what you just said.
Yeah.
There
I
are
know that's a product.
they make
Yeah.
mouth tape.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. All of these scientific studies that
Yeah.
they've done to tell us that taping your mouth shut when you sleep is a bad idea shouldn't have to happen.
Yeah, it's true.
Because you shouldn't tape your mouth shut while you're sleeping if you're not an idiot.
Yeah, it should be a given.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Right? Fair statement. Like, I'm not trying to bring anybody down. I get that we're all looking, right, for like that magic bullet
Yeah.
that helps us feel better, right? You don't want to get a sleep apnea machine, a CPAP machine. Like, that sucks. You don't want to have to get diagnosed with sleep
And
apnea.
nobody's getting sleep anymore.
Well, no, that's actually a real thing.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody's sleeping anymore.
I do get
Me.
like the desperation though if you sleep next to a snorer every night or
Oh, yeah.
somebody that really makes a lot of noise. Like I could see wanting to give it a try.
Okay.
Like, hey, test this out, see how it goes.
But I'm gonna.
I wouldn't want to do it because you're right. I would feel like I would feel suffocated.
Well, that's
Your old man's got to be a real blower.
Not all the time. But if he sleeps on his straight up on his back too long, that's when he starts to snore.
The
But if
big
he
guys
turns over,
especially.
he's fine.
By the way, folks that do have sleep apnea, they say that the mouth tape is the worst for you because it prevents you from getting actual treatment for sleep apnea.
Yeah.
And the longer you go without doing that, it can have effects on your heart, it can have effects on your brain, a whole bunch of stuff.
Because that machine just pumps air into your mouth.
You or your mouth or your nostrils.
Right, but it just keeps everything open.
Yeah, you got
Yeah.
it. Like I got the nose one.
Stop doing
How
it.
does that work when you have a stuffy nose?
Stop.
It doesn't work when you have a stuffy
Right.
nose. So my brother has one.
Would you get him on a family plan?
I wish we could have. It would have been less expensive. But he's got the full mouth one. And it sucks because, like, if I see him early in the morning, like, you'll notice now.
He's
when
got
he
the
comes-
lines.
The lines on the side of his
Oh,
face.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a ring, like when you're wearing a mask when you're, like, swimming.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But, like, because I don't get that kind of note from the nose one. But the nose one works for me.
There you go.
Although I've never taped my mouth shut. I haven't tried
Everybody wishes.
that. 252 WCMF. For those who are mouth taping, stop mouth taping according to science when you are sleeping.
You have to look so funny going to bed, man.
Well, good night, honey. Well, I guess I can't really say anything. I put on a scuba mask
Yeah,
before I go to
yeah.
sleep. So I think there is one rule
Yeah.
that we should now follow from now on to try and differentiate pseudoscience and snake oil from legitimate information.
What's that?
On social media. If there is something shown to you that is unbelievably simple,
Well, you
that
got to
is-
get it quick
that is supposed to change your life,
because the price is going to go up.
be skeptical.
Oh.
Yeah, do some research.
Well, no, you can't even really do some research
Ask your
because
doctor.
okay, that's a good way to do
There
it.
you go. Consult your physician.
Thank you. Because, like, here's the thing. If it was as simple as taping your mouth shut to solve sleep apnea, we'd have been doing this for 1,000 years.
That's true.
You understand what I'm
Shouldn't have
saying?
just showed up now.
Exactly. Like, if it is unbelievable, if, like, there is one all of a sudden, like, root or
Yeah.
oil that, like, showed up where it's like, oh, this cures XYZ.
Oh, the super root.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. Because we'd have been doing that the whole time. And that thing would cost $1 billion.
Yeah, that's
Do you
true.
understand what I'm saying?
And that guy would be super rich.
Exactly. Right, I get it, man. I get it. We want it quick.
We keep lining up for it, though.
Ah! And I feel bad watching these kids go through it.
But,
'cause-
but it's going to be every generation.
No, I know. I know. But, like, I kind of had a little more. I had a little bit of faith a couple years ago in, like, at the time, the 18 to 23-year-olds, because you'd been through this.
Right.
You made
You're
fun of your.
supposed to really spot the phonies, right?
Yeah. Where's the Holden Caulfields, man? Oh, don't be him. That ended badly, too.
Yeah.
Just stop taping your mouth. Okay. All right. Let's take a break.
All right.
Look, there are more complicated things you'll have to deal with in life.
Oh, sure.
For example, what this man wrote us, and we went back and forth on whether or not we should do this.
Yeah.
I wrote him multiple times saying, "Back, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure?"
Not a good idea. Yeah.
We're going to change his name
Okay.
because he insists that he needs you to help him. And what he is staring down the barrel of is the ultimate man fantasy
Ooh.
being offered by his girlfriend. Yet this young man, it seems, is smart enough to know if it's too good to be true,
Okay.
it probably is.
All right.
And we will get to it next here in the break room on CMF. This is the ultimate fantasy
Oh.
with no strings attached.
Yeah.
Right. But the strings, Tommy. The strings.
Yeah.
These opportunities don't ever come around for men, but if they do, they have the potential to incinerate your relationship unless every little thing goes right.
Okay.
So if you were in this man's shoes, what would you do? What would you do?
So this is a very delicate situation you're describing.
Super delicate.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 9:30ish. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Yeah, I think we're going to bitch it up, buddy.
Great Bitch Voice Theater. And with a bunch of cookouts coming next week into the 4th of July,
Yeah.
you need to know about this recall. It's like the worst food you could recall.
Oh, really?
Because like people are weird about eating this even when it's fine.
Okay.
And it's not like that crazy a food. But like just it smelling a little off will have you running the opposite direction.
Okay.
But it's also expensive.
It's expensive and smelly.
Yeah.
So it's not your mom.
We'll get to that.
Cheap. Stinky.
Yeah, we got it.
Stinky, stinky, stinky.
He's done.
With,
Can
the, with the Twinkie.
Let's send him home for the day. He's over.
Mama got a stinky Twinkie. Go
Shut
ahead.
up. We'll get to all that. Not the Twinkie part, but the Bitch Voice Theater and the Shrimp just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. We got a hell of a Facebook message this week
Whatever.
from a man who will remain nameless. And I want to be clear before we read this.
Yeah.
I did not think it was a good idea to read this on the air.
Okay.
And when we didn't read it on the air, he wrote again and asked when we were going to do it on the air. I told him, like, maybe this isn't a good idea.
Well, let's help this cat out.
All right. So to be safe, we're going to change his name.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't want the guilt of blowback here.
Yeah.
All right. Bill, we will call him, has been given a hell of an offer from his girlfriend.
All right.
He writes us, quote, for my birthday, my girlfriend gave me a sexual coupon book full of things she will do for me.
Damn.
One of those coupons.
You never get those in the mail.
He goes on. One of those coupons said a threesome with her and her friend. I thought she was kidding at first, but she told me she wasn't, and she said she already talked to a friend of hers who was willing to do
Oh,
this.
so she got a specific friend picked out already.
This is what it sounds like. Bill goes on. I can't talk to my friends about this, and you guys talk about everything, so I'd like to know what you think. I want to do this, but I am not dumb, and I know this could be really bad if my girlfriend gets jealous, doesn't like it after it starts, or if the other girl gets uncomfortable. I also don't know what I'm supposed to do. The other thing that's bothering me, she won't tell me which of her friends agreed to do it.
Yep.
Surprise.
She says that's the surprise,
Yeah, it's going to be.
which is also making me nervous. I don't want to tell her my concerns because I want the option, but if I do this, I don't want to lose my girlfriend. And he goes on, but I think
Yeah.
that's all we need here.
Yeah.
Boy, oh boy.
Yeah.
And just so we have an image in our head, everybody listening all together,
Mhm.
I would guess from looking at Bill's Facebook pictures,
Yeah.
he's in his late 20s to early
Okay.
30s. Okay. Tommy,
Yeah.
do you take this threesome?
You take that particular coupon
Yeah.
out
Okay.
and burn it.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
I wouldn't touch that at all
Okay.
because it's not going to go the way you think it's going to go.
Well, how's it going to go?
It's going to be a disaster.
In which way do you believe
It could go one way and it could go all the ways.
Oh.
But it's not going to work out. I've never known a guy that had this and it went well.
Okay. So
It's a disaster.
So there is no circumstance that he is in right now, no caveats, no nothing, in
No.
which you would agree to this threesome.
No.
Okay.
Because either her feelings, her friend's feelings,
Okay.
what you think is going to happen
Mm-hmm.
and what actually is going to happen is none of it.
All right.
None of it.
None owe it.
Yeah.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is there a way to have a threesome in a relationship and not blow up both of your lives? All right, I'm going to ask this question.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, before we do, I'm sorry. Kimmy, as you were on the phone, do you take this threesome if you're this man?
This guy sounds like he doesn't even sound excited about it. He sounds like he has way too many concerns. And you're going to go into it with those nothing's going to make you feel comfortable with it. So I'm going to say in this case, especially, absolutely not.
So you guys are both out on the threesome.
He's going to have boner remorse. He is.
But here's the thing, man. Every guy's got a ton of boner remorse.
Right, but this is you
Yeah, but if
doubled
you-
down on a bad bet.
and if this is somebody you see
Knows.
your future with, I wouldn't take that chance.
And it's her circle of friends.
yeah.
This is true.
So
Somebody you're going to be around.
right,
Yeah.
or that person's going to be, you could break up that.
Okay, all right, all valid concerns. But to play devil's advocate here, Tommy, how many times does this ever show up in a man's life?
It doesn't.
It does not
It shows
show
up in porn, and it takes like a camera crew and like lawyers to pull it off.
But she's serving this on a
know.
plate for him. It's her idea.
Which
it is
is
her
insane.
idea.
Which also, like, that also bothers me.
Why?
That it's being served up. Like, hey, man, here's a coupon from a friend.
Look, I mean, it's naive to think there aren't women that would be turned on by this.
I understand that. The odds that you found one, pretty slim.
Why?
Because there ain't a lot of them.
Okay.
They really want to watch you drill their best friend.
How would you know?
I'm not saying that they don't exist. I just don't think there's a lot of them. And if you think you hit that lottery ticket, I doubt it.
But bro, people do win the lottery.
They do.
People do win the lottery.
And then they die.
Okay.
Or their house burns.
We're all gonna die, man.
True.
We're all gonna die.
And,
All right.
and let me tell you something else. Because you don't know which friend. And it ain't the friend you're thinking of, buddy. It ain't.
All right, serious question.
It's going to be one of them side friends you can't stand.
Serious question before we go to the phones, because of course, with a story involving a woman's opinion will be valuable, we have nothing but men waiting on hold.
Okay.
All right. Is a threesome with a non-attractive woman still awesome?
I don't know.
No, I'm asking your opinion. Because
Would you take the deal is what he's asking.
do you do that deal? Do you do that ugly deal?
I mean, I guess you would.
Because I would argue if I'm a single man,
Yeah.
and I am propositioned by two women, one I am attracted to and one I am not attracted to,
Yeah.
I still get to like join that club.
Yes, you do. You do.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But,
Who's gonna say no to that?
okay.
Ah?
All right. That's
look-
not what you thought, though.
Okay, yeah, sure, but nothing is ever how you think it is.
That's the problem.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that's life. You work that way through life. You never do anything in your life, man.
True. You got to
It's
take that chance.
252 WCMF 252-9263. All right, Bill, who we're calling him, is offered a threesome in a coupon book. By the way, like why you could have just told him and not made
Yeah.
a coupon. He doesn't. His girlfriend offers. He doesn't want to do it. It sounds like, but he's also torn because how often does this come along?
Mm-hmm. His
girlfriend has her friend picked out. She will not tell him which friend. He understands that this could blow up his relationship. He doesn't want to make anybody uncomfortable. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Jeff, do you have this threesome?
I have done this.
You can hear it in his voice. I've done it, man.
I'll tell you what, it is not worth it. I don't care how hot she is. I don't care that his girlfriend is basically putting him on a spot to be like, okay, do you really love me? Can I trust you? She's not looking to really have a threesome. She's looking to see if he will join in with something and agree with it. And as soon as he agrees with it, she's done.
Okay, hold on.
Everything's
Now,
gonna
hold
get
on.
turned
So you're
right
saying it's a
off.
test.
Hold on. You're going the opposite way here now, a little extreme. Is that what happened with you? She offered the threesome and then was like, how dare you?
Yeah, she called one of her friends, and her friend came over, and we all started drinking, smoking, and
Smoking.
one thing led to another, and she's like, I want you to participate. And I'm like, we're married, and that's not cool. I mean, if you two want to do your little play game, whatever, that's fine. But I'm not joining into this. And she goes, well, if you don't join in, then you and I are, pretty much not doing anything. And I was like, okay. So I did it. And about a month later, all we did was fight. She brought the girl's name up. I can't believe you did this. And I'm like, she's not even my friend. you called her and invited her over to our house so
feel like
we
I'm in
could
the middle
have
of
this,
this fight right now.
trio thing going on.
So you did the
I
full
didn't want
deed.
this.
You did the whole thing with them.
I did it, and you know what? The thing that is crazy is we done it more than one time with more than one of our friends.
Wait a minute. For a guy who says don't do this, you sure as hell did it a lot
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
You
yeah.
had to make sure he didn't like it.
Listen. If you're gonna put cake in front of me, I'm gonna eat it. You know what I mean?
I get you, Jeff. Hey,
Yeah.
Jeff, thank you for being so honest, man.
Wow.
This is very valuable in the
Yeah.
situation here.
But really, it's not worth it, dude. If you love this girl, don't do that to her.
All right, Jeff, thank you for the
Don't
call,
do
buddy.
it.
Have a good rest of the day. There goes Jeff. You're right. You can hear the fight happening with
I
himself.
wanted to do it, but I didn't want to do it, but I did it anyways, and then we did it a couple more times. Forgot I left that part out.
All right, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
He mentions two things in this Facebook message, Bill, as we're calling him, that you would never think about if a threesome is offered.
Yeah.
The first thing he brings up, he says, I don't know what to do. And I think he means like in the actual moment.
Yeah, because he's going to go to porns that he's watching.
Exactly.
And that's not what's going to be in her mind, probably, or her friend's mind.
I don't know. Because, like, you would have to lay out ground rules before.
Yeah.
Right? You would have to have this discussion. And then, like, the physical act of, like, doing it.
Yeah.
Like, you would have to block it like it's a Broadway play.
Yeah, maybe you go have a couple rehearsals.
No, but
couple of dry runs with your clothes on.
I'm serious, man. I'm serious. My biggest fear would be, in all sincerity, if I'm in this guy's shoes, like that we get caught up in the moment,
Yeah.
I do something to this other girl that my
Right.
girlfriend did not expect was
Right.
going to happen.
So that's got to be all laid out. That would be such an awkward pre-bang meeting.
Well, and I think that's what, like, the fantasy of it gets ruined the
Yeah.
closer you get to it actually happening, right? Because you think it's going to go a certain way.
It's not spontaneous.
It's probably not going to be as smooth as you think it's
No.
going to be. It's not the fantasy you have in your head.
You might get accidentally kicked in the balls.
Well, you're not having sex with a horse.
No, but legs and feet and arms going
Sure.
all over the place.
There's nobody directing.
Somebody's getting smacked in the head.
It's Cirque du Soleil.
She's got a bruise on her left boob.
Can I ask a serious
What?
question before we go back to the phones? I see you guys sitting there. Would you worry about your performance?
Oh, well, sure. Why not?
I mean, let's be real.
I got a
You're gonna
gallery
be-
now.
Yeah, and you're going to be nervous, I would
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, like
You've
it could be
never done it before.
It could be a challenge pleasing one woman.
Yeah.
Right? And you want to put on a good show.
Well, sure you do.
Right? Like this is your American
I'm
Bandstand
going to need
moment.
a half a bottle of those Doug Flutie pills.
Like, does the average man really think when you are alone at night lying in your bed that you have what it takes to make it worthwhile for two women at the same time?
I think most men do. In
No,
their
like,
head. In their
really
head.
think that?
I think most men really think they could have sex with two women at the same time.
And please both. of them.
Yes, and in their heads.
But then again, you can make the argument. I mean, this starts as a birthday gift to him.
Yeah.
Right? It comes in a coupon book. So do you then just focus on yourself because this is supposed to be a gift
That's
to you?
my special day.
Well, I mean, it is his special day.
Bend over.
Cashing in my coupon.
252 WCMF, guy named, we're calling Bill. And again, I want to be clear. We have gone back and forth where I was like, really, man, I don't know if this is the best idea. He kept insisting we bring this up on the air. So here we are. His girlfriend, for his birthday, gave him a sexual coupon book. One of the coupon was a threesome
Yes.
with her. She says she has the friend picked out. She will not tell him which friend it is. He writes us saying, look, I don't know if this is a good idea. I
Right.
don't want to tell her no because I don't want to ruin the chance.
Right.
But all of these potential things could go wrong. Tommy says, do not do it.
Yeah.
Kimmy says, do not do it.
Because sorry.
Jeff called and said, do not do it.
Because there's questions. Like, I don't know. You don't know what your limits of your wife are in this situation.
True.
Or this girl that's coming in, how they're going to interact.
Okay.
What you're expecting to see. I
True
mean,
that.
there's so many variables that could go wrong here.
All right, 252 WCMF. Folks have been waiting patiently.
All right.
Thanks, guys. I'm sorry. Chris is on CMF. Hey, Chris, how are you, buddy?
Good. How you doing?
Good, man.
Hey, so I'm gonna say negative on that.
Why?
That's a big negatory.
So it's a coupon book. All right. So this is just a thing that is written down by random people. You know, it's not an ordinary thing. You know, and I feel if your old lady really wants you to do a threesome, she's gonna tell you straight up.
Well, she is kind of telling you straight up by offering you the coupon, I would
With
argue.
specifics.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's in a book. You know what I mean?
Should I
It's
just use the one for free
written
pizza?
by somebody else. Do you understand?
Read by
You know?
somebody. I'm like, you think when somebody got a hold of the coupon book, fabricated, this coupon is not licensed by the state of New York. There's not a licensed threesome coupon. Chris, if you're in
I
this,
don't know. If she was really smart, she would have ripped that coupon out if she didn't want it to happen.
that's my
So,
point. All right, Chris, let me ask you this: if you're in this guy's shoes right now, Bill's shoes, as we're calling him, would you do this threesome?
No,
Because you're scared.
no, I would not.
Scared ass bitch ass bitch. It's Chris. Threesome.
No, I'm not scared. I'm married. That's why I wouldn't do it. But if it was my girlfriend, yeah, I probably would.
Okay, Chris, how old are you, buddy?
I'm 40.
All right, you're 40 years old. Sincere question. We are an honest show. Do you think
Yep.
you have it in you to please two women at the same time?
Yeah, a couple Viagra, sure.
Only take one at a time. Viagra.
Chris, thanks for the call. Have a good rest.
Never take a couple of Viagra.
By the way, the answer sure tells me he is not pleasing two women at the same time. I also love to. Yeah, if I just keep pounding, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Look what, just keep doing this, guys. All right, so we finally have women writing us, thank God. And we have a famous saying here on the show. Men call, women write.
Yeah.
Maya, writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Bill, if he, hold on, I lost it. If he goes for it, he just needs to start the interaction with, quote, this is supposed to be fun for everyone. So if anyone isn't having a good time, we will stop.
Oh, so it's like airline announcements before we take off.
What would that sound like, you think?
Folks on the flat deck are about to have us a threesome, so if we experience some whoopsie daisies on the way in, that's going to be a little rough. But once I get around 10,000 pumps, we're going to smooth her out, and we hope you enjoy your ride this morning.
I'm still doing it.
Nobody, I don't know if anybody has nobody wants to insult anybody, right?
Yeah.
So you'd have to be like, this isn't really for me. Never mind, I'm out.
Well, yeah, but I think that's a fair thing to say.
It is,
But
but
that's
is
a-
anybody
but that's a
actually
mood killer
going to?
right off the
Anybody
bat.
actually going to do it?
Right.
Okay.
Right?
Well, but it does sound like the way Maya writes. And Maya, if I'm wrong, you can write me back and let me know. It sounds like either she has done this or is open to this.
Okay.
I mean, and I do believe, not in a creepy way, but in a actual psychological, sexual way, that more women than you think would be open to this idea with the right man and female partner.
Right, but they would also be open to being intimate with another woman.
Yes.
So, I mean, all that's got to go into the mix here.
Okay, you bring up another question, and I'm asking this seriously.
What's that?
Do the women who have this as a secret fantasy have it because they want to see what it's like to be with another woman, but they're afraid of the pressure of being one-on-one with another woman?
Maybe it could be.
Like, this is like a quick crack of the door into, because like there is scientifically, this is proven, there is a shocking amount of women who identify as straight women that watch girl-on-girl pornography.
Oh.
There are several studies. You can look them up yourselves.
I thought it was for like shaving tips.
Shaving a haircut, one bit. But like, I mean, this
Yeah,
would
right.
give women the
It
opportunity.
would, and your
to-
husband's there, so
Yeah.
maybe you're more comfortable.
Exactly, and you don't. I mean, if it's a bad word in your head, or it's something you don't want to label
Yeah.
yourself as.
Something you feel like you have to justify.
Exactly. I'm not bisexual. I'm not into girls. I was doing this for my boyfriend, for my
Okay,
husband.
yeah.
I mean,
So you're kind of hiding behind a threesome to
I-
be with another woman, to have that experience.
I think you're discounting the fact that a threesome would also be a turn on for a woman.
that's okay.
You know what I mean?
So-
Like you're saying, like you're assuming that she has to have like a reason why she would want to have a threesome.
I understand what
or
you're
like
saying.
an inner battle she's fighting.
No, I get it. I get that
Yeah.
there are women that have that fantasy.
Yeah.
And again, I think there are more women than men think that have that
Mm-hmm.
fantasy. But, I mean, we could also look at this as maybe this is a selfish move on her part to try something she's always
Okay.
wanted to.
All right.
All right, we have a ton of Instagram messages coming in. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Mark writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. If this was his wife, I'd totally agree with Tommy, don't do it. But if this guy is in his 20s and it's just his girlfriend, he has to do it. He'll never get another chance, and a girlfriend ain't a wife.
Okay, that's a valid. That's a valid.
We don't know
point.
how long he's been with this girl though.
This is true. This is true. Dave writes us, and by the way, Dave is not the only one who has brought this up in some kind of way.
Yeah.
All right, so Dave writes on Instagram, he can't do this because he's opening the door to the devil's three-way, which is two guys and his girlfriend. If you do this, and she later says she wants to try that,
Hey, why don't you call your buddy Chuck?
you can't really tell her no without looking selfish and
All right.
small-minded. And a lot of people, Natalie, David, Ian, are writing that this secret friend is actually a guy,
I've
and
gotten,
that's
like,
why.
5 calls about it.
Oh,
I don't know why she would give that a coupon for his birthday. Happy birthday. Here's the worst experience of your life.
hey, Ron's at the door. Harry Ron
All
Mystery friend.
right, let's take
with his big knuckles.
let's take the mystery friend out
All
of
right.
it. And by the way, I say worst experience of your life. Maybe it's not,
Man,
but I don't
man.
want to find
Yeah,
out.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Accidental poking.
yeah.
All right, let's say
Yeah.
you go through with this.
All right.
And then down the road, she says, I would like to try another guy. Do you have to say yes?
I would say you go for it, but you're going to need 2 guys.
I'm putting my foot down.
I'm out of that, man.
All right, but here's the thing. Let's walk through this logically, all right?
I am.
She has given you this fantasy.
Yeah.
You accepted this fantasy.
She was open to it your way.
Yeah.
You have to be open to it her way.
Would you say, Kimmy, let's say Bill
Yeah.
takes this offer, does this threesome with his girlfriend and her friend.
All right.
A year down the road, she wants to bring another guy in. Would you say he is obligated to do that?
I think I think you at least have to have a conversation about it. Like, you can't be so anti that up front, especially when, you've already had this other experience together.
Okay.
So it's definitely, you're going to have to hear her out on
All right,
this
so
one.
we get, you agree to it, right? You get in bed. She goes, all right, why don't you two get started over there and I'll jump in. Keep going.
That's the other thing, man. Like, could you?
If I touch another dude's leg, I'm going to puke.
But it would make you sound so small-minded.
it would.
Because, this is something.
I'll take
But it's
that over
something
the
that-
alternative.
Like,
Or
I
what if she said this is
understand.
something that would really turn me on and help our sex life?
Because here's the thing. Look, I'm with you. That is not attractive to me in any way.
Yeah.
But she did this. Sometimes.
Yeah, that's what it's going to sound like, too.
All right. Let
Who
me.
would you would you would you want to be with a stranger or a buddy? Or not even a buddy, but somebody you know.
All right. So here's the scenario. All right. Nothing is going to happen between you and the dude.
Right.
All right.
You're sharing this experience together.
This has to happen for whatever reason.
All right.
There is a federal law that has been passed. You now have to have the devil's threesome with the woman you're with.
But you're not going to touch this man sexually.
No, there will be nothing between you two.
Well, there'll be my wife.
Okay.
Yeah.
My wife.
My wife.
Kimmy's question is valid.
Yeah.
Do you want
Yeah,
it to
like,
be?
how do you make that selection?
Is it someone you're close with, or is it someone you never want to see again?
So I'm guessing it's going to be somebody you don't want to see again.
So you would want a stranger.
I would think you don't want to see that dude ever again.
Okay, but you also know nothing about
Yeah.
that man.
Yeah.
Which means I got to have small talk with him while we're doing it.
What do you think that would sound like?
Man, can you believe the Bills are going back to Fisher this year? Yeah, they inked that deal. That's crazy. What do you think of the new stadium? You think it's too much?
I mean, look, I get the idea.
Because there's going to be talking.
I don't
To
think
some
there's
de-
talking.
To some degree.
No, I think you just let it happen.
And everybody stay silent.
I think.
Like we're in church.
I don't know. I've never done this before.
So on the old show, the host got serviced by another dude when he got home from war. And
Okay.
I'm not making the story.
No,
up. He's
I've
talked
heard,
about it
I've heard
open.
the story before.
And my question always was to him, because he goes, the guy offered, and he was straight. I go, any small talk?
Like leading up to it,
Well,
you're
like,
saying?
when a buddy helps you move, you thank him, you compliment him, like, hey, man, I really appreciate that. Man, I'll tell you what, man, you're pretty good at this, buddy.
I heard he did buy him pizza and beer when it was
Yeah,
over.
right. Yeah, but the interaction would be so awkward.
Yeah.
Like, where do you put because you can't put your hands where you normally put your hands when you're having sex with your, like where you put your hands on your wife when you're intimate, right?
Yeah.
That changes now because
yeah.
there's a dude at the other end of the table, man. You'd have to eat differently, like when you eat at home and when you eat out at a nice restaurant.
Literally and figuratively.
Yes.
We will wrap it up with, I think, the most appropriate punchline possible.
All right.
Mike writes us on Instagram, Duffy and WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Mike says, if I wanted to disappoint two people at once, I'd have dinner with my parents.
Oh.
Thank you, Mike. Let's take a break.
All right.
Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just a second. And if there is one recall you want to listen to, especially with 4th of July around the corner, it's this one.
Yeah.
Because even when this is good and smells a little weird, people get strange.
Oh.
And we're going to do it next here in the break room on CMF. With 4th of July cookouts coming up, summertime. This is summertime food.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Now, you're going to want to pay attention to this because even when this food is good, even the slightest off smell will make people run in the opposite direction.
Oh, it's that bad.
And you love this.
But it had, okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it is Thursday. When you want to hurt someone in the street, you can't call them short or stupid or make fun of their Patancano shorts. What are they?
Portofino.
Nobody cares.
They're white creamed Portofino shorts.
You got buttons in random places on your purple shirt. It looks like it's made out of like scuba material. By the way, what's with those shoes?
What do you mean?
You look like Mickey Mouse in the 20s.
What's wrong with these?
Happy days are
They're
here.
my fake stressed Steve Madden.
You could have just kept a pair of shoes you had that you had worn in.
No, I don't want to call them cruddy.
You mean like that?
No, but they're fake cruddy.
That doesn't make any sense.
They're not actual cruddy shoes.
You got to really hurt someone in the street. Something along the lines of.
Bad Duffy, I don't want to see Tommy laying in bed for a threesome in his Portofino shorts because I'm going to get creeped out because I'm a non-threesome having little bitch.
Whatever you do not make eye contact with me. We take all
With
your
these eyes, it's very hard. Very bug-eyed.
We take all your bitch voices. Run it back for you. Those bitch voice theater happen now. Let's see it.
And now, Bitch Voice Theatre, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Bad Duffy, I'm scared of HBO. They're going to come to town and take my Super Bowl away. They're going to drive it back to Hollywood and give it to some other worthy team because Josh Allen can't handle HBO looking at him throwing a baseball or a football.
Baseball, you
or
got
throwing
that?
any kind of ball, so it's going to suck. I'm just an HBO hating little bitch.
I'm telling you, I have been to the NHL draft.
Ooh.
Let me see your. It was free. It was in
What?
Buffalo. You could just walk in.
Oh, sorry.
I said, show me your feet, Igor. Do you have issues with it?
Well, we did a remodel on it. So no.
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
A remodel?
That makes you a bitch.
I'm
You a
putting-
non-snake banging. I want his Tommy and I can't have sex with a sexy woman because there's snakes in the rug because I'm scared of a little reptile ass scared ass bitch.
What if it strangles me or something?
My name is Pat Duffy, and I'm a loose ass bitch because it's a little too hot and it's 90 degrees and I might sweat.
Yeah, all of that.
Oh,
Something
I'm
along
Bad Duffy. I'm jealous of Tommy's pretty little blue pants this morning. I wish I had blue pants, but I'm too wide-legged and thick-calved to wear slim trousers because I'm a thick bitch boy. No, I'm saying, what would you? No,
No, go ahead.
no,
I'm scared. No. I was fortunate enough to be at the LeBron first game back in Cleveland when he went to Miami.
And that was Bitch Voice Theatre on WCMF.
We are currently dealing with a shrimp recall. That affects 44,500 pounds of shrimp.
God damn.
How many tons is that?
Oh,
Is that a ton?
What's in a ton?
How much is a ton?
It was like 2,000 pounds.
That does sound like a ton, right?
I thought 2,000 pounds was a ton.
2,000 pounds, and what do you get?
Get
Bunch of shrimp gonna make
2,000.
diarrhea. 2,000. Okay, so that means this is 22 tons of shrimp. 22 literal tons of shrimp have been recalled. Now, it's from a company in Washington. The risk is listeria. And listeria is no joke, man. It can legitimately kill you, which is something that some folks in our area have found out the hard way over the last couple of years. This does affect us. This shrimp, according to the story, has been sold in stores in New York. Dave writes us, 22 tons. Thanks, math, Dave. The shrimp is sold under the brand, where did it go here? I'm sorry. Borstein Seafoods.
Okay.
1 pound or 5 pound plastic bags. And look, I got a whole bunch of information in front of me. If you have shrimp in your freezer, Google it.
Check it out.
And make sure it's not. Because, look, you don't want to mess around with listeria, period.
Mm-hmm.
But I would argue a recall on shrimp would be the most urgent of recalls.
Yeah. Shrimp's got to be on point.
Right?
Well, seafood in general, it's just got to be on point.
But I think shrimp is the most, I'm sorry, Kimmy. I think shrimp is the most common of the
Well, it's the most popular.
Yeah, there you go.
I would also think seafood is usually the one most people are double checking. Maybe not so much for recalls, but you're always like triple checking the date, how long you can eat it. Like you're definitely not taking any chances on it.
Yeah, but it's weird because like shrimp can be fine. But
it's frozen.
But still have a weird smell. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
every
yeah,
piece
yeah.
of shrimp smells different. That's why I only eat shrimp that's been cooked. Like,
Yeah,
and
but if even after you cook it and like it tastes a little funny, like you're not gonna muscle through it.
No.
You're tossing.
Yeah,
it.
no, you're
Yeah,
right
you
about
gotta
that.
bail on it.
So you're telling me, because you in the past have been a little blasé about food recalls.
Yeah.
Shrimp recall, you're chucking that out.
So I got shrimp in the freezer right now, but it's Wegmans,
Okay.
so I'm gonna eat it.
Just use. I would legit check the
Yeah.
bag.
Why?
and look
It's
for
not.
Where do
It's
they
not.
get it from?
Just
Is that-
look for Borstein on the logo somewhere. Like
Wait
in the
there, it
back.
says Wegmans all over it.
Well, I don't. But other companies make
Do they
products.
say like where they? Yeah.
But Wegmans would have issued that.
Maybe.
Yeah, they always do.
Maybe they just want you gone, man. He won't stop talking to our employees. He won't stop emailing Danny Wegman back. Let's just get rid of him.
No, I'm eating it.
Like, you know, the cruelty of this
What's that?
is I think you can argue when it comes to like a cookout situation or a party situation. Like shrimp is the Cadillac of food.
Oh yeah,
Like
that's class.
Unless you're like a bajillionaire, you're not going to have a better, more high-end food than shrimp
Right.
at a cookout or something like that. So for you to go out of your way to get it, prepare it, for this to happen, it's extra cruel, man.
Oh yeah, because you're looking forward to shrimp.
And with this story, even if the shrimp is okay, folks are going to be nervous about any shrimp that they're eating. It's going to cross your mind if you go to put a
And
shrimp
that
in your
sucks,
mouth.
man.
That's what I'm saying.
This is shrimp season.
What are you, Red Lobster?
I'm telling
It's
you,
shrimp
man.
season. Come on in.
Shrimp cocktail to me is the ultimate.
I won't eat shrimp cocktail.
Why?
I need
it's
it.
cooked shrimp.
I understand, but it's still cold, and it
so
makes me
just
feel
The
icky.
cold is what bugs you.
It still feels raw to me.
Interesting.
Does that make sense?
So you don't like that raw feeling in your mouth.
I don't like that raw feeling in my mouth.
But you can get over that.
No. I don't know how you're going to do this one. You already painted yourself into a corner.
No,
you
I
stupid
got
bitch.
this little kiosk to help you get over it.
The health department has closed your kiosk
A listeria, your mouth good.
due to risk of listeria. By the way,
You'll
don't,
definitely
Why would you
die.
want
I
to bring
wouldn't-
this up after her shrimp?
Huh?
Nothing.
I can't hear you.
No, I know.
she
no,
had
no.
asked,
Yeah,
as
yeah.
we're
I mean,
talking
you're comparing
about
it to
shrimp, tiny,
shrimp.
why all of a sudden your kiosk would be relevant. She says you got a tiny weenie.
I have a nice
just-
wiener.
You got a shrimp
You're the one that
I have
said-
a nice wiener.
You're the one that asked Pat if he likes shrimp.
Like shrimp? Well, how about my penis?
Well, it's a
Wait.
jumbo. They make jumbo shrimp. They even named a band out.
Wait a minute. We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next on CMF. Let's go to Rapper
Radio Thursday, Rapper.
for a Thursday break room CMF that makes tomorrow a Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's creepy time, buddy.
That's right. We got a creep cat coming at you just after 7. Also, just after 7, we got to talk about this.
What happened?
There is someone that we know well, I know very, very well, and that the audience has fallen in love with for some reason I can't understand, that has made a big life decision.
Oh.
They are getting something permanently put on their body.
On their bodies?
Yep. And here's the thing.
Yeah.
Tattoos are not shocking anymore.
No, they're common.
In fact, we have numbers that we'll give you tomorrow. A staggering number of Americans now have tattoos.
How inked we are?
Yes. But here's the thing. Normally, if you get tattoos, your first one comes at a certain age.
Oh, yeah.
And it ain't this one.
Oh.
I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on here.
Okay.
Because you're too old for your first tattoo. You're too old.
Okay.
This guy is too old for his first tattoo. And I don't think he's thought this all the way through. Like, I'm worried, like, this is absolutely a midlife crisis, right?
It sounds like it.
Okay. So tomorrow,
Yeah.
just after 7 o'clock, how old is too old for your first tattoo?
Yeah.
All right. For Kimmy,
Yep.
who says, do not do that threesome.
I'd advise against it if you're unsure.
For Tommy
If you're not
Muley,
going into it confident, don't bother.
for Tommy Muley, whose biggest issue with a guy-girl threesome is the small talk. My name is Pat W. We'll see you tomorrow morning to the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.